Mental energy fortified. 159. There is a man who simply enjoys fishing in a lake, catching whatever small fish that live in that body of water, while another man, who has a stronger passion for angling, goes out deep into the ocean to catch marlin, shark, and other large fish of the sea. Surely, it is the will that intensifies, incites, and propels one's ideas to prevail and achieve any objective, big or small. Ra-shieke Boyd, Part 1. The fundamental process of suggestions. Give yourself any helpful, productive, or positive suggestion that you wish. You control this state of mind. Quote Anthony Galli, hypnotist. The greatest enlightenment and sublime suggestions. Believe as you will. Believe as you will and do as you believe. In every achievement or failure to succeed lies the power of suggestion. It is through one's belief and actions towards every suggestion that this power is activated and initiates the process of manifestation. Your belief and actions in every suggestion you receive lead to the manifestation of your realities and produce the objects and conditions you acquire as you move along the path of your destiny. Therefore, you will embrace and believe everything you read in this book, not simply because I am an expert at persuading people to comply with my suggestions, but because you want and need to believe in that which is greater than your current life experience. You will quickly realize the purpose of this book is to implant powerful suggestions into your psyche that will settle into your subconscious, empowering you to become smarter, stronger, more confident, and passionate in your life. Whether you aspire to achieve your own sense of greatness or seek to overcome every mental or physical limitation, these suggestions will guide you toward your highest purpose and greatest achievements. To achieve your desired goals or become the best version of yourself, you must possess an arsenal of powerful suggestions that will propel you in the direction of your highest aspirations and get you there expediently. These suggestions will remain active in your conscious mind, compelling you to engage in activities that will enable you to realize your most enlightened purpose. I want you to be certain that the suggestions in this book are designed to help you excel and prevail over all of life's challenges and obstacles. Prepare to transmute. To establish your new mindset, I shall now offer a multitude of suggestions that will help to lay the foundation for a renewed and much more powerful subconscious for your mind to build on. These exceptional ideals will guide you towards the most agreeable characteristics, enabling you to embody the traits necessary to achieve any state or status desired. You will now embrace these suggestions with an open mind and allow them to inspire you to become the best version of the person you have always hoped to be and realize those realities you hope to manifest. By adhering to these ideals, you will be fully equipped with the physical abilities needed to build a strong mindset that will set you on the path to your highest state of self-actualization. First, I must instruct you to be calm and not concern yourself with what is happening or what may happen in the world, and to prevent your mind from being distracted by all of its events and activities. Secondly, you must focus deeply on these ideals, accepting and embodying all of these truths by your own will as you enter this phase of deep hypnotic suggestions. Let us begin with a few simple suggestions that will demonstrate the power of suggestion, how they affect the subconscious mind, and the effects they can have on your behavior, as well as your potential to engage in the activities they may inspire in you. Choose 3 colors and select 3 numbers, but not the number 3 or the color red. Take a moment to think about the colors and numbers you have selected before moving on. Now that your subjective mind is complying, I want you to perform a few simple tasks. I want you to touch the center of this page with one finger and then touch the top of the page. Now, if it is within your ability, touch or grab any object within your reach. If you have complied with these instructions, you know that you are susceptible and do perform acts that are given through suggestions. These activities have heightened your awareness and increased your ability to hear and see the suggestions presented to you and how you react to them. The relevance of suggestions cannot be overstated, as we are constantly bombarded by them through a multitude of sources, directly, indirectly, consciously, and subconsciously. As you are now aware, This book's main objective is to help you realize that suggestions are relentless constants emitted by our acquaintances, as well as the endless overload of information propagated by society at every waking moment of our lives. By the time you have finished reading this book, you will know who and what influence or has influenced your characteristics. Acknowledge with great awareness which suggestions you are most receptive to, and you will be certain about which suggestions you will reject, ignore, accept, and embrace. While reading this book, you will allow all of these suggestions to take root in your subconscious, just as you have allowed all of the suggestions of society to enter your mind. I am authorizing you to pursue grandiose ideas, possess exceptional abilities, and develop the mental fortitude to engage and undertake exceptionally challenging goals. An example of such an exceptional goal would be your ability to read, a skill you have learned to hone with years of practice. Your mastery of this ability is a testament to the strength of your mental and spiritual faith, both of which are empowering tools you have learned to harness to accomplish feats much greater than your ability to read. From this moment onwards, you will inherit newfound abilities, and there will be no limit to what you are able to achieve. You possess the power to conquer any objective, regardless of how daunting it may at first appear. You have already done so much, and you know now that you will do even greater things than all you have done in the past. Your past achievements are a testament to your illimitable potential, and I am confident that you will achieve even greater levels of success upon your completion of this book. As you advance, you will be developing your subconscious to manifest new realities and overcome any and all challenges. For this reason, you have chosen this book to be the authoritative force that empowers you to engage in activities that once seemed impossible, but will now become adventures that excite and inspire you. As you receive these new and exceptional mental and physical abilities, you will face those obstacles that have been discouraging you from believing and fully embodying your true potential. You have taken the first step towards unleashing the full potential of your divine presence by reading this book, and now you will be working actively to reinforce these suggestions as you embark on this newly acquired journey. You will find yourself undertaking challenging tasks and exceptional objectives that will ensure your safety, fortify your success, and guarantee all that you desire and are worthy to receive. With this in mind, I persuade you to embrace the following suggestions with complete faith and unwavering conviction. By doing so, you will unlock the full potential of your mental and physical abilities and bring your deepest desires to fruition. You will allow these suggestions to guide you towards your true objectives, and you will sense your indubitable faith propelling you towards your higher state of being. With these new ideals, you will open every door leading to prosperity and conquer every obstacle made for you to face, knowing that all things will assist your process and lead you into the success of your renewed life and exceptionally brighter future. Motivate the process. If it is available and accessible to you, get a sheet of writing paper and a pen or pencil. Once you have these materials at hand, inscribe in the center of the page a single, clearly defined objective you wish to achieve. For example, if you hope to quit smoking, write "quit smoking." Similarly, if your dream is to become a pilot, write "become a pilot," and allow that goal to be the focal point of your thoughts. Take into consideration that I suggest your objective be one that is truly exceptional. Upon completing this seemingly simple task, you will have set in motion a powerful suggestion that will penetrate deep into your subconscious, compelling you to pursue your objective with unwavering determination. This outstanding suggestion will act as a magnet, attracting all the necessary sources, resources, and entities required to incite the actions necessary for realizing your greatest ambition. As we focus more on your divine purpose, I will instruct you to observe the suggestion of becoming a master of the universe. This may seem a preposterous feat at first, but as you come to understand your true purpose, you will find that this is not only the most relevant and realistic suggestion ever given to you, but the most powerful suggestion you will ever receive. As you work towards realizing your divine purpose, you will find that all of the events, energies, and entities of the universe are in your favor, and you will be provided with all that is required for you to move forward with your goal much more efficiently. You will think about this goal in a cheerful, relaxed, positive way every day. You will immediately notice your change in attitude and experience a profound sense of purpose and direction. You will also realize that you have many exceptional things to live and strive for. By now, you should be excited that you are actively pursuing this goal and reinforcing the suggestions I have provided you with so far. You should also write further suggestions around your goal for what you must and can do to reach the end of this objective skillfully. The first step I assisted you with was to get a sheet of paper and to write something you want. The next step is to imagine what you have written down for your goal as a seed you have planted into your conscious and subconscious mind. This mental seed has taken root and is now starting to grow. For now, you should acknowledge your acceptance of these sublime ideals and meditate adamantly on them for several months until you have fully embraced them. Now back to that sheet of paper. It needs some energy from you in order to ensure and increase its relevance. When you are ready, write suggestions on your paper around your goal, things you know you can do to motivate the process and trigger your desire to move forward incessantly. I also suggest you write the word progress at the top of your paper. This indicates that you are encouraging your seed to grow. Now recall what you read at the beginning. Believe as you will and do as you believe. While your paper is merely the reinforcement that assures you that you can do as you believe, your will and belief in what you have written on that paper is the powerful essence of your spirit, which is the active force that will manifest this goal through you. If this is something you truly want, you must focus and meditate on what you have written on that paper every day for at least 10 minutes. This will intensify your determination, strengthen your belief, and force your will into action. Accept and fortify this suggestion with the strongest conviction. In all you have just read, I have revealed to you the effects you experience when you receive a suggestion, the actions that may be incited by one's belief in suggestions, the process of following through on a suggestion, the power that may be gained or lost due to suggestions, and the abilities and benefits one may acquire by mastering the art of suggestion. These next suggestions will serve as a guide to getting you to your next level of self-mastery. It is your suggestions that are leading you. It is my belief that you will pursue and follow through on what you have written on your paper, and that you will do so with all of your faith and tremendous effort. You believe what you have suggested, and you will use your extraordinary mental abilities to advance with confidence and self-purpose to fulfill this goal. This assignment is like the one you have seen in the movie Mission Impossible, and like the star character Ethan, you will complete your mission. This means you are prepared, excited, and always working to figure out ways to get to the end of your mission. Any fear, doubt, or existing complacency that may cause you to hesitate or lose your ambition is removed. The realities of your life will shift dramatically, and many things about you and your life are going to be profoundly different. If you have faith and accept these truths, touch the center of this page and say, I accept this mission and will do all I can to complete this goal. From this moment on, it will be your acceptance of the suggestions in this book that is leading you. As you can see, suggestions are easily implied and extremely effective when we believe and accept them. I will demonstrate that there are suggestions you will accept and embrace, and others you will reject and refute. Take this example, for instance. If a friend you trust tells you there is a celebrity in town at another friend's home and suggests you dress up and come with her to meet this celebrity, you may be inclined to believe her. But on the other hand, if you have another friend you know to be a real prankster tell you there is a celebrity at another friend's house and suggests you dress up and come with him, it is unlikely you will believe him. Obviously, you will consider both suggestions with different perspectives, assuming one friend is believable and the other is dubious. Master the art of suggestion. Let's assume you are the smartest and most productive person in the world. Do you agree? Let's also assume that you are more accomplished than everyone you know. How do these two ideas affect you? You can sense that there are some suggestions that trigger you more than others and cause you to muse their relevance with regard to the way they impact and influence your thinking. I want you to secure this thought in your mind. I will be successful at whatever I do. I will have whatever I want in my life, and I will face the world with all its realities and search it thoroughly until I get all that I want. Do you feel this suggestion is trustworthy or dubious? You made a suggestion on your paper, believing in yourself, knowing that you will exert your efforts every day to meet people and apply yourself unrelentingly with joyful diligence. And to encourage you, I have no doubts that you are certain you will have all that you pursue and attach to your faith-filled objectives. Now that your objective is faith-filled and you are confident in your exceptional abilities to fulfill your goal, I will give you some suggestions that may be required to further infuse your ambition and keep you progressing. You are on a path in which you are challenging yourself to experience high-level achievements by pursuing exceptional goals. What you are creating is an adventure in which you are going to master the art of suggestion and increase the number of achievements you produce in a year by 100. This means that if you currently achieve one exceptional feat in 1 year's time, you will now accomplish 100 exceptional feats. An opportunity for you to commence. You will enjoy the work involved with your goal, and with every objective you complete, you will gain a sense of excitement and an enhanced perception of your self-worth. Like gold and platinum, your worth will continue to increase as you take on new challenges and complete the individual tasks written around the goal. To fully embrace the reality of this goal as you work to bring it to fruition, I want you to think about why you wrote that specific desire on your paper and to realize that this desire was already planted in your subconscious long before you read this book and followed my directions to write what it is you want on your paper. This process is taking immediate effect because your subconscious truly believes that this moment is an opportune time for you to commence the actions for attaining what it is you truly desire. Progress is made only when the subconscious pushes the desire onto the conscious into the present, where it is fully acknowledged and action can be taken to achieve the objective. It is now out on the table where it can be worked on, and now that you have purposefully invoked and infused your mind with these suggestions, your subconscious is laying the foundation on which you will compound these suggestions with the essential elements required to realize its manifestation. It is also necessary to create a mindset that will motivate you to work actively on your goal. This goal should inspire you to take on new and ever more adventurous objectives to attain something worthy of your time and energy. And now I want to use this opportunity to elaborate on the subject of time and energy. I have selected these two words to reveal to you how there are subliminal suggestions in everything that is said or done. You may have heard someone say, "You are not worth my time and energy," or you may have said at some point in your life, "That will take too much time and energy." And I will say, proper use of your time and energy is the most essential quality required for success. Each of these statements is clearly suggestive, but what differentiates them and gives them their own unique effects are their meanings and intentions. You will notice the power of suggestion at work in each of these phrases and the effects they could have on your mental state if they were expressed toward you. The first indicates that someone is not worthy of another's attention. The second states that an objective requires more effort than you are willing to give to complete it. And the third suggests that without strong-minded qualities, one cannot succeed. The most important thing here is that you possess the ability to distinguish how each statement may affect your thoughts by the way they are received by you and influence the way you may respond to them. A mindset that will motivate you. Recall the suggestion I made for you to create a mindset that will motivate you to attain something worthy of your time and energy, and how I have placed emphasis on time and energy to reinforce the significance of these two important aspects of your mind. I want you to see how subliminal suggestions are inconspicuously repetitive, which is why you know what Tide is or what the name Hollywood suggests. To become well-versed or truly aware of your time and energy, you must constantly check when and what you are investing them in, and if what you are applying them to contributes to the growth of the seed you have planted in your subconscious. Here is another suggestion I want to add to the foundation of your subconscious. It is true that you can perceive when opportunities are at hand, but now you will be much more skilled at seeking them out and finding them as well. But I will also suggest one even better. You will become an expert at creating and providing them as well. Indeed, you have the ability to strategize and devise ways to acquire what you will need to advance in the process of your goal. However, you will begin to perceive and acquire opportunities easily as you search for them. All you have to do from this point on is apply your mind to thinking and devising ways to make them work for you. As a command, you are now fully prepared and ready to face every challenge with confidence, knowing that you have the mindset to endure and accomplish every endeavor with faith in your exceptional abilities. Do something truly exceptional. We look to discover what we can find in every experience, but we are sometimes doubtful and do not believe we can make it into the higher class of the elite or get to where we may envision ourselves being. This will no longer apply to you because you have moved forward into a state of total confidence, and you are aware that you have exceptional abilities that others do not, and that you will use these abilities to do and accomplish things that others have not, being fully compelled by the power of the ideals in this book. I want you to choose something you think will be difficult for you to accomplish. Nothing dangerous, but something that will make you feel like you are pushing yourself to the maximum, so that when it is accomplished, you will know and feel like you have done something truly extraordinary. This may be earning a college degree, starting a business, purchasing something you will have to work and save up for, getting a specialized license for a particular occupation, or learning another language. Even if you are already accomplished and exceptionally decorated with numerous achievements, there is something that has been out of your reach that you have had your eyes on but felt was probably too difficult to attain. Well, if you are inspired to do something truly exceptional, you can suggest it here and now while your subconscious is attentive, fully receptive, and eagerly entering this new process. You should be fully confident that you will acquire whatever skills and knowledge you will need to become competent and proficient to reach your desired end. From this moment forth, you are moving forward into new and better stations that will afford you more opportunities and greater rewards. This will all happen because you are readily receptive to these suggestions and willing to strive toward mastering this life-guiding force through continued efforts. If ever you felt inferior, you will now become superior. If you have ever been deemed the underdog, you are now the top dog. And if you have ever been underprivileged, you will now have the advantage. If you accept these suggestions and want them to take immediate effect, tap the center of this page and say, "This I do believe." Use this data to create a matrix. I want to delve deeper into your subconscious. I am going to give you suggestions that are more empowering, but I will need your help instilling these suggestions. You must keep an open mind as you read and be willing to receive these suggestions with full acceptance. These suggestions will penetrate deep into your subconscious and activate those powers, abilities, and creative forces linked to all universal phenomena. I want you to pay exceptional attention to the word will in the paragraphs below. To begin, you are going to perceive and analyze all of your characteristics and use this data to create a matrix designed specifically for the advancement of your goals. Using this method, you will, through your will and desire, formulate algorithms that accurately systemize the activities you will engage in to fulfill these goals. While performing these activities, you will be developing your strengths, increasing your knowledge, and subsequently working to become fully autonomous. Here are 11 suggestions that will help you develop those exceptional characteristics which you are either acquiring right now for the first time, or, if you are already in possession of them, will cause you to develop even greater abilities. Again, give exceptional attention to the word will as you read. You will be a great inquirer, eager and always wanting to study, investigate, and search for everything you want and need to know. You will be extremely attentive to the most significant details of what you give attention to, and profoundly attentive to the tiniest, seemingly inconspicuous aspects of all that relates to your presence with great interest. You will become deeply knowledgeable, retaining all you read, see, hear, and encounter, starting from this moment. You will develop a photographic memory, with the ability to remember in vivid detail every word, sound, event, and action you encounter. You will be overly social, able to converse intelligently, communicate effectively, persuade convincingly, and build the most productive relationships with people from all social classes, especially those in stations with power and authority. Now, if you agree and accept these first 5 suggestions, touch the center of this page and say, "Let this process begin." Before you go on, I want you to remember this phrase: believe as you will and do as you believe. As you continue, in addition to the word will, I want you to focus also on the word you. You will be wholesome, keeping your body, mind, spirit, and environment clean, undefiled, and in perfect condition. You will be extra active, constantly working on your goals, cleaning, exercising, and learning new skills that will help you to improve your performance. You will be well organized, maintaining a system that will allow you to work and maneuver comfortably and efficiently. You will motivate yourself, building up your self-esteem by thinking positively and constantly working on making yourself feel powerful and completely invigorated. You will be brave, courageous enough to face and tame a fierce lion, and embrace every challenge without being intimidated or feeling like you are inferior. You will be healthy, using the power of your mind and exceptional faith to heal yourself and others of any ailment or physical impairment. You will eat what is good for your body, you will exercise regularly, and you will keep your entire essence clean, safe, and in excellent symmetry. If you accept and agree to inculcate these suggestions into your subconscious and allow them to effectuate your status, place your finger on the center of this page and say, "This is true of me, therefore I must agree." Real-life achievements. With these suggestions, you will now perceive and evolve into your higher self. You will use these ideals to become more productive as you continue to acquire the qualities, characteristics, and abilities you will need to develop into the fullness of the sublime being you truly aspire to be. At first, you may feel daunted by the thought of becoming such an extraordinary person with so many exceptional skill sets and sublime abilities, but you will soon notice your thoughts becoming more encouraging and confident as you pursue these characteristics and receive the rewards of your achievements. I assure you that you are becoming more capable and productive than you have ever thought you could be. You will realize the fact that you enjoy seeking out and creating challenges that contribute to your skill sets and multiply your accomplishments. This is the true excitement of life, the ideal purpose of living, and what makes every day worth getting up and facing the world with real faith and a sense of adventure. The same joy people feel when they complete a level in a video game, this is what you will feel with real-life achievements, which will include real-life skills and real-life rewards, unlike those gamers whose only rewards are virtual satisfaction. By now, you have embraced these suggestions and are integrating them into your thought process, allowing them to become strong attributes. They are reshaping your mindset and solidifying it into a foundation that will excel in developing complex thoughts and achieving excellence. All the suggestions you have read up to this point are now fully activated in your mind. What you have agreed to by touching the center of any of these pages has been planted into your subconscious and is working to devise, pursue, and fulfill what you have written on your paper. Constant source of power. I am going to give you 3 more words to acknowledge as you read through these next paragraphs. Pay close attention to these words as they will aid in the development of your new subconscious formation. The 3 words you are to focus on are objective, belief, and attract. Repeat these words: objective, belief, and attract. You will begin to search for information, exerting yourself to complete every task and facing every obstacle that presents a challenge for you to master and overcome. You will discover that you are becoming more passionate about fulfilling your goals, and the more you do to reach your desired end, the bolder you will become in taking on new and more advantageous objectives. The aim of these suggestions is to secure the highest and most excellent development of your cognitive potential, turning it into a constant source of power and success. The plan is to give you, through your own self-confidence and active belief system, penetrative power that is extremely effective, and to reveal to you the realization that you are a person with great purpose. I want to inspire you to acknowledge the fact that you are one of the world's greatest believers and achievers of success, and a powerful manifestation of divinity. There is nothing greater than building your mind with exhilarating objects of aspiration and exploiting your enthusiasm to entertain yourself with pursuits for the wealth of edification. You are here and now preparing yourself to be much more actualized, competent, and self-fulfilled than anyone you know, and to place yourself in any station or status you desire. Touch the center of this page if you are in agreement with what you have just read. Something you will get used to. You will now attract only what is good. You will allow your spirit to use its supernatural force to attract what you want and take you to where you will receive whatever you need to enhance your lifestyle and improve the conditions of your stations. Upon reading this book, you will find it easier to attract the things and people that will cause you to build and advance upon those experiences that will lead you to even greater encounters. However, to do this, you must relax, trust that you will attract, believe that you can receive, that you should have, and that you will possess much more than all that I suggest and everything you suggest. Using your supernatural abilities to attract is something you will come to master, and you will notice that it is quite easy to get all that you want once you have inculcated these ideals and fully embraced your process for success. But first, you must learn to want only those things that are grand and extraordinary. You will achieve this by leaving your spirit open to encounter exceptional opportunities and feeling the joy that comes with this supernatural force. You have always used your spiritual energy to attract the things you have wanted and all that you have. But from this moment forth, your energy is faith-filled and will increase, becoming the strongest force of attraction in the universe. You are now more aware of your potential to attract, seek, find, and possess what it is you want. Now more than ever, you will become more aware of all that you have and do. You will observe how you use what you have as well as its conditions, and you will consider whether you desire to keep or get rid of what you have to clean and purify your essence. Remember, in order to receive something, you must part with something, and to get somewhere, you have to leave somewhere. This is essential to the force of attraction. Therefore, in order to attract, you will have to detach from something you have, whether it is habits, material possessions, individuals, or some of your daily activities. For instance, if a man is a smoker and no longer desires to smoke, it is imperative that he no longer uses his mental force to attract cigarettes. Or, if a woman who works at a fast food restaurant hopes to make a better living, she must leave her current station to pursue an education for a vocation or a suitable occupation that will fulfill her need for advancement. In other words, you must not be afraid of the sacrifices and changes that come with attracting the things you want. A message from your future self. You must now prepare yourself for change, advancement, and the happiness that comes with this process. Of course, you want to be exhilarated and liberated. You want to feel excited and blissful every day you awake, and through this process, you will. Think of your paper with your goal written at the center as a certificate you must earn. This sheet of paper should be placed somewhere you can see it or add ideas to it several times a day. And when the goal is fulfilled, you should hang it up as a true certificate of achievement. Every time you see this paper, you will think of the happiness you will receive knowing that you were able to complete your goal. When you have made it an official certificate of completion, you can use it as a tool of motivation to pursue greater achievements. In fact, When you complete the goal written on your paper, you will write on it, in bright letters if possible, Certificate of Advancement or Certificate of Completion. You should go as far as framing your paper. The purpose of this is to show you how truly significant and extremely relevant this sheet of paper is and the power it possesses. This paper is a message from your future self and a written guide meant to lead you to where you want to be. If your certificate, the true document, gets a little messy and you want to clean it up, just place your goal at the center of a new sheet of paper, the same way you did on the original, and add all of the ideas and plans you had around it, but keep your goal the same as the one on your original paper. Think of this paper as a powerful magnetic force that will add to your force of attraction and a source of energy that naturally infuses your spirit with a passion to fulfill your goal. You may also use other objects as forces of attraction, such as your phone. Simply say, "My phone is now a force of attraction which will draw many opportunities to me as well as all the things I need to succeed." This can be applied to any object, device, or person you believe will assist you with the process of fulfilling your goal. Undoubtedly possible. Every suggestion I make is aimed at fostering motivation and inspiring you to make exceptional advances and great improvements in your life. These advancements should lead you to feel more fulfilled and accomplished in all aspects of your life. You should wake up each day with a huge smile, a positive attitude, and exuberant energy. However, to achieve this state of wholeness, you must acknowledge the desires that bring about these feelings. This is why you have the true document. This document marks the beginning of your journey towards upgrading your lifestyle and daily activities. I urge you to contemplate what constitutes a full and complete life. Which activities do you believe will enable you to enjoy life at a level that is more fulfilling and enjoyable for you? Remember to consider your health, exercise regimen, career, relationships, productive entertainment, as well as your living and working environments. Each of these aspects should contribute to the enjoyment of your life and the satisfaction derived from achieving significant success. To attain great success in any endeavor, one must first receive or devise great suggestions and then utilize these suggestions to make significant advancements. Allow me to reiterate, believe as you will and do as you believe. For believing in your capability to achieve a goal renders its attainment undeniably possible. This is why I am instilling all of these excellent suggestions into your subconscious mind. I want you to know, trust, and believe that any suggestion you plant into your mind will actively influence your beliefs and actions, creating a psychological impact that will manifest in the realities of your life. The ideals I am providing will yield only superior results, and you will undoubtedly benefit from these suggestions as you strive to achieve your goals. You will have many true documents to frame, and you will be able to create and place yourself in any station and status you believe you can and should attain. Believing is supremely important, and it is even more crucial that you feel and understand the relevance and significance of your efforts in achieving your desires. It is a proven fact that you receive what you work for, and this is the only expectation you should have. This must be emphasized so that you do not perceive attraction as a force devoid of conscious energy. Anything gained is attained through effort. Some tasks may be challenging, while others may be easier, but all work must undoubtedly be undertaken to propel you toward your desired station and status. This is how the great attributes of success are forged and wielded. Strong beliefs and real confidence. Your happiness is the ultimate aim of all these suggestions and the very reason for creating the true document. Even if the work required to achieve your happiness is arduous, demanding, and entails significant sacrifices, you must persevere until the goal is reached, reap the great rewards, and experience the exhilarating success attributed to your extensive list of achievements. There is no doubting your exceptional abilities now. You have evolved into a person with strong beliefs and genuine confidence. You have set goals and are aware of your ability to attract the things you desire. You are extremely confident that you can and will undertake the necessary work, enjoying the process and overcoming the challenges inherent in your pursuit of your goal. Moving forward, I encourage you to learn as much as you can about yourself and your circumstances. Reflect on your current situation and consider why you are where you are. How significant is your presence in your current location to both yourself and others? At what moments during an average day do you feel that you are performing a function or service that is crucial to the progression and success of your life? Throughout your day, when do you feel most exhilarated, energized, free, excited, relaxed, or empowered? The more you understand about yourself and your circumstances, the easier it will be to plan the objectives required to achieve your goal. For example, if you have ample free time, it will be much easier for you to work on fulfilling the objectives of your goal. However, if your day is filled with many hours of work and various activities, you may need to make sacrifices to afford yourself the time to work on your objectives. You cannot change your lifestyle without acknowledging and analyzing your circumstances and characteristics, and then making changes that will prove to be more beneficial to the way you desire to live. To gain insight into some of your characteristics, consider these questions. Are you highly motivated and excessively enthusiastic about advancing in your endeavors, or are you more relaxed and less passionate about ascending to a higher station and status? Do you actively seek or create the work and opportunities that will bring you closer to fulfilling your goal, or do you tend to opt for easier tasks that require less effort? When faced with challenges, do you confront them with confidence and purpose, or do you tend to avoid them and prefer idleness? Do you approach life with a sense of excitement and adventure, or do you perceive it as mundane and uneventful? Are you organized and orderly, or are you messy and disorganized? Are you mature and responsible, or do you not give much thought to your current and future circumstances? In either instance, you will now take considerable pride in yourself for choosing the high road, embracing the better of these characteristics. You will follow through on your goal, devise a realistic plan, and set out to achieve it. You will be extremely meticulous with your time and highly organized. You will be overly enthusiastic about advancing in your endeavors, and you will face every challenge with full confidence and the ambition to overcome them. Whenever you analyze yourself and your circumstances, you will acknowledge the fact that you are truly important, remembering that you must engage in and fulfill significant goals that will lead to the manifestation of anything you desire. You will recognize that wherever you are and whatever you are doing is intended to bring you into a life and lifestyle infused with happiness, success, and self-fulfillment. You will excel. These suggestions will empower your characteristics, create a powerful force in your mind, and provide you with the faith and energy to be and achieve more than you believe you can have or do. They are fostering a more constructive, consistent, outgoing, and effective approach to devising and constructing the stations and status in life you desire. You will now focus on making yourself more competent, powerful, and dominant. You will have full control over every situation that involves you, and no one will have the power to control the circumstances of your life. If you find yourself under the authority of someone you are not happy with, you will advance into a position that will allow you to gain power and authority over that individual or group. You are going to become a force that exceeds all that once hindered you, and you will devise ways to overcome the power of anyone or anything that attempts to prevent you from achieving your goal. You are completely in charge of your life. You have confidence in all you do, and you know that you will be successful as long as you stay committed to fulfilling the goal on your true document. You will excel in knowledge, power, authority, and confidence, and you will master employing your words and actions proficiently. Now that you possess the power, abilities, and mindset to advance toward any goal, you should never doubt that you can be as successful as you envision yourself being. You can actively seek out ways to make your life and stations more elaborate and aligned with your desires. If these are suggestions you want to instill into your subconscious, you should touch the center of this page and say, "I accept these truths." Your unique phenomenon. I want you to focus on these 3 words as you read through the next paragraphs: power, miracle, and phenomenon. Acknowledge and accept these words: power, miracle, and phenomenon. All the suggestions made up to this point were basic, simple ideals used to build up your mind and prepare you for more exceptional and sublime suggestions. Scientifically, it is suggested that although we use the full capacity of our brain to perform all of our activities, we are currently utilizing somewhere between 7 and 12% of our brain's power. However, I want to influence your brain to utilize 100+% of its power. You know that your mind is an exceptional force and that with proper use, you can achieve extraordinary things. Soon, you will realize that you are capable of performing miracles, and I will present a few suggestions I believe will empower your faith and cause you to embrace these truths. These suggestions will require a tremendous amount of mental power, which is why I mentioned the fact that you are currently using about 7 to 12% of your brain's power, so that you will believe that you can increase your mental capacity and unlock your brain's maximum potential. To begin, envision the universe with all its supernatural phenomena and consider the fact that its materiality is purely miraculous. Think about the galaxy, its symmetries, and the perfect functioning of the solar system, and acknowledge the fact that your presence and mind are now in perfect sync with these phenomena. I will now instruct you to know and understand all of the mysteries that manifest each of these realities. I will take your mind to a place it has never been, a place that is so peaceful yet extremely active. Let us call this place paradise. Allow your mind to remain here and develop into its true perfection as we continue to figure out the dynamics of the universe and why and how it is doing what it does to sustain your life. I want you to understand the concept of phenomenon because it is in this that you exist, and 100% of your brain's power will be activated. Your unique phenomenon is the true force and activation of your divine presence, and it is here, in your unique phenomenon, that 100% of your mind and spirit abide. Although this may seem complex, you will come to comprehend why I have made this statement and what it means, but I will simplify and focus on your divine presence. I want you to sense and feel your presence, and simply acknowledge the fact that you are here and now, existing within a phenomenon. By feeling the energy of your divine presence, you are entering into oneness with the universe, an immense and complex system that is purposefully activated to sustain and support your life. You can now feel yourself becoming one with the universe and realize that you are a source with the ability to think, reason, devise, and control many forces and entities within the universe. In this state, you may begin to sense your divine power, but you are still preparing yourself for the greatest suggestions. So we will focus on tearing down all of your subconscious barriers and developing your expectational mindset. How to cultivate and solidify a suggestible mindset. We are all trapped inside our own heads, and our beliefs and our understanding about the world are limited by that perspective. Darren Brown, hypnotist. Any reality you may envision. Functionalism is the force behind all activities, and how your brain functions determines which activities it will focus on, construct, and engage in when pursuing its ideal purpose. You must know and understand that it is the activities applied to your mind that form and build the realities of your life. You have accepted the fact that all activities are devised and performed by suggestions, and it is through the power of suggestions that you are able to ascend, transcend, and transmute into the greater being I am suggesting you become. I want you to picture in your mind the way you have seen or envisioned the universe, with all its brilliant stars and galaxies, and ponder the reality of all its power, energy, and life. Now imagine this universe as your brain, and think about all that it is doing to ignite, incite, and sustain these activities. Keep in mind that you want to increase your brain power and think about why I'm comparing your mind and brain to the presence and activities of the universe. How are these two phenomenal forces the same, and what purpose are they both striving to fulfill? Use the power of suggestion to make your determination and be clear as to why your mind produced that purpose. Now, to increase your brain power, I'm going to make some suggestions, and I want you to simply agree and accept them as part of your cognitive abilities and allow them to settle into your subconscious. You are an intelligent being of the universe with truly exceptional powers. You possess the power of foreknowledge and insight into all things relevant to your life. You have the ability to heal and mend your body as well as the bodies of others from any sickness or physical impairment. You believe that your spiritual essence and energy are vibrant and powerful, keeping you joyful, active, and able to charge and harmonize the spiritual and psychological states of others. You will communicate with others through the phenomenon of telepathy and cause things to move and function merely by willing them through your mind. You will gain physical strength, and you will always be healthy and fully rejuvenated. You will be intelligent, wise, and a person of vast knowledge and understanding, and you will use your wisdom to create matrices that will grow into vibrant entities and forces designed to construct any reality you may envision. As you accept these ideals, you will see clearly where you want to and will be 3 years from now. Your subconscious energy will naturally draw you into this state or station, but it is your conscious persistence and exceptional abilities that will get you there. You can sense all of these suggestions taking immediate effect, actively developing algorithms in your mind that will incite the activities that will cause your brain to increase its power to its perfect charge of 100%. Most of these algorithms and activities will be performed by your subconscious mind. However, you will also consciously figure out strategies and perform physical activities that will heighten your cognitive potential. Always take into account and remember that the world and universe you see and live in is something like a jigsaw puzzle with innumerable pieces you must find and use to construct your matrix. Indeed, it is what you envision that you will construct and form into actual reality. Now, if you're thinking about creating some extraordinary phenomenon and envisioning the process in which this reality may be constructed, then you are actively using 35% of your brain's power. Also, do remember that all things brought into existence, whether entity, force, or activity, are all phenomena. So anything from harnessing electricity to making a shoe or building a complex laboratory is considered an incitement of true phenomena. All phenomena are incited by a process of functionality for a given purpose. As you are presently involved with the events, functionality, and purpose of this book, your mind is actively engaged with these sublime suggestions. As all things function to an ideal end, your brain has fully accepted its purpose of maximizing its cognitive dexterity and striving towards your achievement of divinity. Now, you will ask yourself if you are capable of completing the goal on your true document, knowing that you have this new and powerful mindset insistently forging a new lifestyle. You will transcend. You now know that you are able to decide, incite, and control the events that will occur through your phenomenon and cause it to produce whatever you will it to manifest. You believe assuredly that you can and will create the mental and physical energy to pursue the activities required to reach your desired end, and you know that you will not falter. All of your abilities are supernatural, and all of your actions are, in essence, phenomenal. Therefore, you must accept the reality that you exist in a realm that encourages and thrives on miracles. I say this so that you cannot doubt any of the suggestions you acquire from this book and cause them to become innate to your being. These suggestions are not only permanently instilled in your subconscious, but your mind will incessantly enhance its dynamic abilities and actively influence your thought process to become more dexterous. Your brain will become a universal source of knowledge, and your mind an active force of penetrative power. Very soon, you will realize its divine ability to perform miracles and incite phenomena. But first, let us work on getting you to fully believe in your divine presence. As you focus and work through this process, your faith will start to increase and intensify within your spirit until everything you do will seem almost effortless, no matter how challenging, difficult, or strenuous it may at first appear. You will complete your required objectives with ease, and you will do this with such passion that it will bring you joy. By embracing these suggestions, you are causing your phenomenon to accelerate its potential to incite and manifest exceptional realities, and you will acknowledge the miracles you are capable of performing. Believe as you will, and do as you believe. And indeed you do, in accordance with how you believe. But how do you believe? You believe by suggestions, whether you make these suggestions on your own or they are made by external influences. Either way, this is how you act in accordance with what you believe. Although believing is the first step in the process of doing, doing is the evidence and active force of believing. And without the active force of doing, believing is merely an idle idea that attains nothing. One could easily say that he believes he can complete a 5,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, but until he is actually actively doing it, his belief will remain null and dubious. A person can believe whatever he or she desires. However, until the active force of doing is earnestly applied, nothing from that belief will be realized. I am stating this so that you will put all of these suggestions into practice by doing and not simply thinking they will come about without some form of physical or mental exertion. You can believe all you want, but until you are doing as you believe, your abilities will lay dormant, and your power to execute these suggestions will be inadequate to perform the exceptional feats I am suggesting. Surely, each and every one of these suggestions is an implement of power. However, you are the engineer who must ignite them with vitality and cause them to be a part of your essential belief system. You are to make them as valid and effectual as your belief in the sun, and realize that they are just as remarkable and bustling with life. Therefore, by doing those things that will activate, energize, and empower these suggestions, you are allowing them to become emphatic stimuli infused with your characteristics to do as you believe. A superlative base of intelligence. Believing in great ideals gives you the faith, confidence, and power to do what you once believed you could not do, and powers your mind to develop and attain knowledge more rapidly and with greater efficiency than it would under the profound tutelage of the most proficient educators. Your brain has become a superlative base of intelligence, and with these suggestions, you will ascend into a greater being with tremendous willpower. As of now, you are in possession of exceptional characteristics and are more competent and in control of your abilities than you ever thought you would be. If you believe and are willing to do, and if you want to instill and infuse these suggestions into your conscious mind, tap the center of this page. Again, you are being led to believe in ideals that encourage you to accept and do things that require you to go beyond your abilities, limitations, and common beliefs. You have come to a point where you truly believe and are motivated to do as you believe. Therefore, you will use these suggestions assertively and with intense concentration to fulfill the goal of your true document. This is where your practice of these suggestions will gain their full power and begin the process of taking you into your most desired station and ideal state. Allowing these thoughts to penetrate your subconscious, you will do all that your true document suggests with vehement ambition and excited energy. You will create and perceive many opportunities. You will have a strong passion and deep desire to take hold of and use every opportunity wisely. All the suggestions made in this book are now fully active in your mind, and you will be using them to complete the objectives required to fulfill your goal, whether you are conscious of their effects or not. You will now begin to perceive the changes in your character as well as your circumstances taking place immediately. Strengthen your belief system. Okay, I want to go more in depth on how you are to instill these constructive suggestions into your character so that you will receive the full benefits of their power. This involves perceiving certain words, phrases, subjects, and ideas as tools of power and understanding how you will use them to reach your goal and manifest your ideal station status and desired lifestyle efficiently. The objective at this moment is to infuse these concepts with an ever-increasing actualizing force that will build your confidence, enhance your potential to acquire, and strengthen your belief system to perform exceptionally well when working to realize your plans with the greatest effects. Consider the concept and significance of the word professionalism and apply it to your mindset. This word is very important to your life as it demonstrates the practice of being thorough, competent, and dependable, which are further sustained by good habits, responsibility, a systematic structure, persistence, and most importantly, due diligence, all of which you must already possess or are now in the process of coming to possess. The word professional literally means possessing great skills or experience in particular activities or subjects of intellect. Hence, experience and skill sets are gained by advancing through the practice of engaging in certain subjects, techniques, exercises, and ideal indoctrinations. Therefore, with the use and practice of these suggestions, you will become proficient in whatever profession, activity, or objective you desire to pursue. Competitive belts are achieved in many schools of martial arts. The first belt that must be attained is white, the second is yellow, and so on, until all of the abilities from each of those lessons are learned, and one has mastered all of the skills and techniques through sheer confidence, repetitive training, and true diligence, thereby acquiring the high-ranking status of the black belt. Each level has unique techniques and skill sets that are to be learned and instilled into the mind, character, and abilities of the individual, and then skillfully demonstrated. From these premises, you can see how the actualizing force of words, phrases, and ideas is used to build up unique ideals and empower you to excel into higher levels of achievement. By training your abilities, you will come to know their strengths and effectiveness and understand how you can better accomplish your goals and further enhance your skill sets. Once you have learned to identify and master your divine abilities, you will gain exceptional characteristics using your mental dexterity and exhibit these qualities through the work and accomplishments of your endeavors. I want you to take into consideration this phrase, I will do and achieve whatever I want. Of course, this phrase will excite and empower you because it expresses your power to utilize your will in accord with your abilities and what they can do. What this phrase is saying is that you can acquire whatever you want or become whatever you want to be. I will do is where the bulk of your faith and energy is charged, and whatever I want is what motivates and excites your will to pursue and realize whatever you desire to accomplish. Now, if you're ready to get whatever you want, say I will do. As you can see, I have suggested a word, a phrase, and now I will suggest the idea. Self-actualization is the supreme ideality that every person of high esteem incorporates into their mindset. This idea is one of the most powerful suggestions you will receive from this book, and you will embrace it as an intricate part of your belief system. These are all subliminal messages that I have conveyed repetitively into your conscious as well as your subconscious mind. Remember, the ultimate objective is to implant suggestions into your mind that will settle into your subconscious to make you smarter, stronger, more active, confident, and more or less whatever you desire to be or not to be. With these words, phrases, and ideas, you have built up your mindset and will learn to utilize the implements of actualization, confidence, and motivation to achieve your state of divinity. You will see that your abilities are becoming more effective and capable with every objective you complete. You will notice your ideas and comprehension are more profound, your body is gaining strength and health, and you are attracting the many things that will bring you into this desired state. These are the long-term effects of these suggestions, and as you continue to allow them to recur in your mind, you will realize your thoughts, actions, and accomplishments becoming more courageous and grandiose. An exceptional mindset. I want you to acknowledge your regular stations or where you are at this moment, as well as the events and circumstances that brought you to this station. Think about how you ended up where you are, if you are happy and content being there, if you desire to move up from there, and what you can do to enhance your lifestyle while in this station. It is a well-known fact that your station has a great deal to do with your overall energy level, and that it is a great factor regarding your degree of joy, happiness, spiritual well-being, psychological state, physical condition, and cognitive ability to perform productive activities. For instance, if your station is peaceful, clean, well-organized, beautifully decorated, provides an array of productive activities, and is without harmful habits, you will feel a sense of serenity and be able to concentrate on creative and constructive objectives efficiently. On the other hand, if your station is disorganized, chaotic, unclean, and consists of activities that are not productive, you may feel uncomfortable, unable to focus on productive objectives, and not very successful at advancing into better or higher stations. Having given thought to these ideas, I must suggest that you pursue those higher stations and, once attained, sustain and maintain them using your exceptional abilities. With these suggestions, your stations and circumstances will be like that of the first illustration of the two examples above. From the very beginning of this book, I have been emphasizing specific words, phrases, and ideas in order to empower and fortify them in your subconscious mind. Remember I said all of these suggestions are subliminal? Well, I will unveil some of the words, phrases, and ideas that I have been using repetitively so that you will become more aware of their presence in your conscious mind. The words I will reveal for now are station, abilities, pursue, subconscious, achieve, agree, and advance. I want these words to hold a large and frequently visited space in your mind because they are extremely important for building an exceptional mindset. However, the phrases and ideas emphasized are also supremely relevant when it comes to repetition because they allow you to develop and sustain exceptional thoughts and ideals that are equivalent to the effects of these great suggestions. Here's one phrase I use and believe is an exceptional suggestion that has taken root in your mind. Believe as you will and do as you believe. This phrase is clear and concise, yet massively powerful when planted firmly into the subconscious and conscious mind. The ideas that are thoroughly suggested are 100% of your brain's power will be activated, the true document, and touch the center of this page if you accept and agree with these suggestions. Focus on fulfilling your goal. Each of these ideas requires specific actions that you either have or will perform and realize. I mention this to get you focusing intently on the influence these words, phrases, and ideas are having on your mindset and how they are literally causing you to accept and realize the fact that you are becoming more intelligent and excelling in competence. You should also acknowledge the fact that your actions are highly effective and will continue to produce the things you truly desire, that you will become or are a successful and distinguished individual, and that all of these suggestions are unequivocally empowering you to enrich your lifestyle. While there is still much to be instilled into your subconscious, you are moving steadily through the process and gaining the mental energy to do as you believe. You now know that you are able to do many things that you once thought you could not, and you understand that you must practice and master your skill sets by advancing through many levels of training. These suggestions are preparing you to perceive life as a great phenomenon and your abilities as miraculous forces with unlimited potential. What this means is that you will see and hear every word, phrase, and idea presented to you with exhaustive deduction and decide whether you will embrace and allow them to take root in your subconscious or reject them and cause them to fall away. Although all words, phrases, and ideas may hold a place in your memory, the suggestions in this book will be thoroughly instilled in your subconscious as you nurture and reiterate them through the conscious mind. You must think about these words, phrases, and ideas regularly to incite their potential and make them function actively in accord with your goal. Therefore, if you are seeing and constantly made aware of your true document, it is very likely that you will focus intensely on fulfilling that goal. I am going to suggest a few phrases and ideas I believe you may want to commit to the activities of your mindset. Look and find where you can perform good deeds. All idle activities and frivolous entertainment must be avoided while your true document is being pursued. Anything that is possible, you are able to do or realize. You will not be pressured or influenced by the negative ideas or debased habits of others. You will be a deviser of ideal matrices and a creator of great opportunities. You will be an influencer of positive ideas, encouragement, and an exceptional motivational instructor. You will excel and succeed at every goal or objective you put fervid energy and confident faith into. You will have the ambition and self-assurance of an undisputed champion, and the vision of a master architect. As of now, you are feeling the energy and force of these words, phrases, and ideas amplifying within your mind, taking root in your subconscious, and increasing with rapid strides to enhance your mental dexterity. You are becoming the essence of these suggestions, and they are preparing you for the activities, objectives, and great achievements you will pursue when you are completely in sync with the purpose of this book. You will surpass your greatest accomplishments, enter your most impressive and sublime state, and become more exclusive once you have realized its end. This is what you aspire to do, and your hunger for success and achieving the things you hope for fuses and incites your spirit to push harder to overcome all obstacles. Remember and revisit these. Possible is the word that will not only be firmly rooted and grow rapidly in your subconscious, but reiterated through your conscious mind as you commit yourself to meaningful activities. The world may be distracted and misled by many profound illusions, but you will not be compelled or hindered by them. What you do, pursue, and manifest will create definitive realities. Knowing this, you must be constantly aware of your actions, what you are doing, and why you are doing it. In fact, what you are doing from this moment forth is meticulously forging your mindset to be a force that is powerfully productive, a developer of complex algorithms, and a deviser of remarkable ideals. This is the power of your mindset, gauged for the potential incitement of phenomena. Tap the center of this page to begin this in-depth simulation of your cognitive upgrade. To vivify this process, I want you to think about the word psychodynamic as it pertains to your personality, your behavior, your actions, the ideals you have come to embrace, and your thoughts on your life. I also want you to trust and believe that you have and are fulfilling a divine purpose. Trust that these suggestions are building up the essence of your psychodynamic interaction and creating a new and more elaborate mindset for you to master. Take these 4 words, sublime, strong, powerful, and purposeful, and plant them in a very special area of your subconscious, and you will call this area the self. Create a few of these special areas in your subconscious mind to stimulate and energize the power and active force of these suggestions. The next 4 words will be creative, effective, intelligent, and rewarding, and I want you to call this area the mind. The next area will be called the source, and its 4 words will be divinity, fortified, transcend, and soul. And the 4th and last special area will be the core, and the words to this great ideal will be possible, focus, mentalize, and believe. Remember to revisit these 4 special areas as often as possible, as they will be the entities of energy that empower your success. The self, the mind, the source, and the core. Think of these incessantly and allow them to be ever present in your conscious mind, even if that requires you writing them down and placing them where you will see them constantly. With these 4 special units nurturing your subconscious mind, you will build and strengthen your psychodynamic to develop a person that is truly of your making. You will make those great suggestions that will enhance your life and make you more active and motivated to fulfill your goal. But most importantly, in all of this, you will be doing as you believed. And now I trust that you believe in these suggestions, because if you did not, you would not have read this far. You believe because you want everything I have suggested in this book to develop within you and to manifest everything you have envisioned yourself acquiring. With supernatural abilities, you will no longer fear or hide from any reality in life, and you will not doubt or underestimate your faith to exercise your full potential. Here, you will master regulating the force of doing and attaining. The phenomenon of action, functionalism, and effort are all part of the process of doing, and as we know, doing is essential to the fulfillment of an objective. This is a powerful force within you that manifests all of your realities. It is what causes you to do everything you do and creates that fiery passion you feel when you desire to accomplish something. Powerful indeed are those who acknowledge and master the full potential of this phenomenon. And now that you know and understand this force, you are one of those individuals aforementioned. You are to use this phenomenon to pursue, achieve, and do everything that will get you whatever you desire. no matter how extraordinary your endeavor. I will now explain your unique phenomenon and how, in this phenomenon, you will activate 100% of your brain's power. Being that you currently exist within a phenomenon, it is an indubitable fact that you are a miraculous being with supernatural abilities. But at this moment, I want you to go back to that paradise we left your mind in and think only about the wonderful and beautiful things that are or may exist within this vast universe. Now, if this process of imagining is truly possible and you truly are here existing in this universal phenomenon, then this power existing within you is more than you were led to believe, and you really are the living essence of an awesome miracle. Now, since you have come through a spontaneous and miraculous phenomenon, it only makes sense that you possess the same amazing potential to invoke the manifestation of such miraculous phenomena. Therefore, if you muse over your unique phenomenon and miraculous ability to perform miracles, you may cause your mind to be in sync with the mysterious nature and essence of all phenomena. Becoming one with this awesome mystery is simply a matter of clearing your mind and allowing the information and power of divine consciousness to build up in you. Once you begin to comprehend and truly understand your unique phenomenon, all of your actions will be more exact and in accord with the essence of your divine abilities, and you will understand suggestions as the cause of everything that comes to be. Believe as you will and do as you believe is a paramount ideal because it opens the door to all of your desires and causes you to do what will allow you to achieve those desires triumphantly. Possible is the word that you will always have faith in and rely on to actualize any reality because it is in this word that you will put profound trust in all that you do, suggest, and come to believe. Every suggestion is leading. Focusing on your cognitive upgrade, I want you to recall the colors and numbers you selected at the beginning of this book. You should remember the color and number I suggested you not choose. In that instance, you probably complied with my suggestion to avoid using the suggested color and number. I use that scenario to illustrate how, by suggestion, certain realities and useful implements can be taken away from you and how these limitations may enter your subconscious and hinder your ability to transcend and unlock greater realities. I recall wanting to bet on a horse I believed would win, but a friend convinced me to switch my bet to another horse he believed was better. Unfortunately for me, the horse I wanted to place my initial bet on won. In another example, if you see someone wearing a police uniform, you may automatically assume this individual has the authority to stop you from walking in a certain direction, even if he or she is an impersonator. The idea here is to help you perceive when a suggestion is being presented, what that suggestion indicates, and what the consequences of complying or not complying with those suggestions will be. Remember, every suggestion is meant to imply something, and how you perceive and respond to these suggestions will surely determine their effect on your belief system, actions, and circumstances. Every suggestion forms a stimulus in your mind, and you cannot help but react to this psychological activity with a range of options. However, the first option is and will always be to believe and accept, or not to believe and accept, the implications of those particular suggestions. Once a conscious decision is made regarding a suggestion, you will determine how to deal with the ideas implied. So what is possible or believed by one may not be so for another. And from this, we develop our cognitive limitations or intellectual advantages through negation or the acceptance of social ideals. And this is why possible is the word that you will always have faith in and rely on to actualize any reality you choose to believe in. You will strive to realize the realities you hope to make possible and give considerable thought to what is considered by yourself and others to be impossible. You will acknowledge which suggestions are truthful, will produce rewarding results, and which will lead to consequences that are not conducive to your development. You will also perceive which will encourage, motivate, and incite your spirit to further your success and advancement, and which will stunt your ambitions and limit your level of productivity. Now, you are coming to understand suggestions as the cause of everything that comes to be. Your parents may have suggested you learn to play the piano. A friend may have suggested you play football. A teacher may have suggested you read The Great Gatsby. Or society may suggest you dance a certain way, buy certain foods, and embrace certain social ideas. All of these and many other suggestions may have been and will be put up for your consideration. And through all of these suggestions, you have found yourself where you are, reading this book, which is giving you suggestions you probably never received or never truly took the time to acknowledge and consider. The multitude of suggestions. All of the suggestions in this book are like a bright sun illuminating the dark fields of your mind, causing these seeds, words, phrases, and ideas to galvanize and flourish into a complex system, meticulously organized to help you reach your greatest intellectual potential. This entire book is designed for the purpose of self-enhancement and the developmental process of self-actualization. I am hereby instructing and leading you to the heights of your most exceptional and elaborate life through the effective application of sublime suggestions. Possible is the word, and you will know its true meaning and the dynamic force of its efficacious presence by the time you have completed this book. There are many forms and expressive means used to present suggestions, all of which are implemented to compel and manipulate the direction of our thoughts. They come through signals, presentations, conceptions, insinuations, statements, advice, audiovisual devices, advertisements, and specified indoctrinations. Though you may not be consciously aware of it, you are constantly subjected to suggestions at every waking moment of your life, and sometimes even while you are asleep. From the clothes you choose to wear to the activities you engage in every day, all of these determinations are influenced by the effects of suggestions made through some person or entity within your environment that has captured your attention, and through this you have chosen or were forced to acknowledge. And of course, not only are you subjected to suggestions, but you also imply and make suggestions to yourself and others as well. For example, you may see a fast food restaurant, which is an external stimulus, and decide at that moment that you are hungry, which is an internal stimulus. You may, in that same moment, decide that you do not want to buy from that fast food restaurant and choose to go to a restaurant that serves only healthy foods, which is a resolutory suggestion. Now that you are aware of the multitude of suggestions you encounter and work through every day, I want you to think carefully about what captures your attention, as well as the stimuli that incite the causes of your actions. Aware of your realities. To demonstrate how powerful suggestions really are, a team of psychologists conducted an experiment using two random individuals to see how they would respond to environmental and visual suggestions in a prearranged setting. Before entering the room in which the experiment was being conducted, the two individuals observed a no talking sign placed on the door. Upon entering, they followed the direction of an arrow pointing to a desk, where they found a sheet of paper with written instructions that read, "Find the handbell and ring it 3 times," and another message at the bottom of the paper that read, "Sign here with green ink only." Now, of course, these two individuals began to search for a bell, which, unbeknownst to them, did not exist in the room. To add insult to injury, neither of them had a green ink pen with which they could sign the paper. However, on a shelf about 4 feet high was a glass case fixed up against the wall with 3 fancy pens, 1 green, 1 yellow, and 1 red. There was also a sign directly above the case that read, "Do not break or remove pens from this case." Although the case could be easily moved and was open at the back, the two individuals obeyed the command and did not move the case. After about 10 minutes of searching for the bell with no success, they sat silently, waiting for someone to assist them with this seemingly complex dilemma. Without realizing it, these two individuals were not only ignorantly subjected to an experiment of which they were completely unaware, but also fully complied with it. Even worse, they had both surrendered themselves to frivolous activities and suggestions made by individuals they did not know, leaving them oblivious to realities beyond their comprehension, while attempting to complete objectives that had nothing to do with their true purpose. In this instance, you can see how easy it is for the mind to be misdirected and succumb to suggestions, highlighting the importance of being aware of the realities you will encounter or become involved with. The power of perception, your higher being. The power of perception goes hand in hand with the power of suggestion, as it enables you to perceive what is being presented and implied. With keen observation, you may acknowledge what you will actually experience or may be involved with. Suggestions are easily implied and extremely effective when advised by someone you believe has the authority to implement and enforce certain ideas or realities. You have accepted and believe that I have this authority, and with these suggestions, I am instructing you to advance into your higher being and become more productive as you continue to acquire the qualities, characteristics, and abilities you must embody to develop into the fullness of the person you truly aspire to be. You now understand that suggestions are a powerful force within your subconscious and cause the effects of all you do. You also understand that you are subject to experiencing and encountering the effects of many suggestions through the endless expressions of insinuations and audio-visual presentations. Similarly, you understand that you have the ability to determine how these implications will work for you and allow you to achieve your goals and essential objectives more efficiently. From this moment on, it is your suggestions that are leading you, and whom should you believe in more than yourself? You can devise the best suggestions that will enable you to overcome any obstacle, face any challenge, master any skill or subject, and build any reality you may envision yourself developing. These suggestions are the master keys you will use to enter exceptional realities and acquire all that you will need to sustain those realities, and they will always empower you to embrace and achieve anything you believe possible. Now, you will ask yourself if you are truly capable of completing the goal of your true document, knowing that you have this new mindset and are constructing this new and higher being. Indisputable affirmation. Although suggestions are extremely powerful when embedded in the subconscious and conscious mind, there is a force that is even more potent. This force is what I call an indisputable affirmation, which gives unwavering certitude to your beliefs and expectations. With this enhanced confidence, you can advance without the slightest doubt in whatever you trust will become a reality for you. While a suggestion is merely a stimulative indicator meant to influence the presence of an idea or belief, an indisputable affirmation certifies an idea or belief authoritatively. For instance, if I tell you that the sun is extremely hot, that is an indisputable affirmation. Or, if you study for a test with every intention of passing, and you know and retain all of the information the test comprises, there is no doubting your confidence and belief that you will pass. Through indisputable affirmations, you attain what you want or do what you want to do with no uncertainty. I am now presenting the power of indisputable affirmations as one of your exceptional abilities. But I do not want you to receive it as a suggestion, but rather as an indisputable affirmation. You must state that you do or will soon possess these exceptional abilities. I want you to know with certainty that you will receive what you want, that you will undoubtedly achieve your goal, and that you will use all of these abilities and ideas with the faith of indisputable affirmation. Indeed, this is all to get these suggestions developing into a powerful system of remarkable beliefs and abilities. Knowing this, I am suggesting that you believe you have the power to make things go the way you want them to go through indisputable affirmation. If you choose to embrace this suggestion, touch the center of this page. The inevitable effects of suggestions. Power is within every suggestion that enters your mind, and you will always have the power to determine what you will do with those suggestions. I will tell you a short story about two men who, by the suggestion of an old man, had gone to see a gypsy with a reputation for predicting people's future. Now, after a short journey, the two men arrived where the old man told them to go. Upon entering the gypsy's home, one of the men was immediately told that he would become very sick that night and die the next day. However, the other man was told that he would become extremely wealthy and live a long and prosperous life. Now, after they had gone on their way, they spoke about what the gypsy said, and the man who had been told he would become sick asserted that he would not become sick or die. However, in his mind, he wondered and feared that what the gypsy said could possibly come to pass. That entire night, the man, believing he may have been cursed, stayed up checking his body for any signs of illness. By the time morning arrived, he had fallen into a deep and abnormal sleep from which he could not be awakened. Now, the other man, thinking his walking companion had succumbed to the gypsy's prophecy and was dead, continued on his journey. When the sleeping man finally awoke from his slumber, he noticed that his companion was gone, and he too continued on his journey. Some months later, the two met in a big city. The man who had fallen into a deep and abnormal sleep was surprised to see the man he had traveled with living a life of wealth and prosperity, and the man who had obviously fulfilled the gypsy's prophecy was just as surprised to see his companion alive and well. In this story, the man, despite adamantly affirming that he would not succumb to the suggestion of falling ill and dying, still experienced significant mental distress due to the ominous suggestion. If fully embraced and believed, he could have potentially manifested the effects of the gypsy's utterance, similar to the other man's fate. This narrative illustrates how easily individuals can be influenced by suggestions, whether self-imposed or from external sources. Much like the gypsy, I predict that you will attain the pinnacle of your aspirations and cultivate a lifestyle that is both exhilarating and deeply meaningful. Everything you give attention to. By now, I trust you are employing these techniques to craft indisputable affirmations that foster ideal standards within your mindset. There is a bright, clear light in your mind, hungry for something exceptional to illuminate upon, and you alone must cultivate that golden idea by consistently planting and nurturing these sublime suggestions. You may recall my earlier mention of functionalism and how it drives all activities. This concept extends to the workings of your brain, which utilizes your subconscious to determine the activities it will undertake to pursue your preconceived ideals and purpose. This cognitive functionalism process commences with an idea, a suggestion, that lays the groundwork for the activities that will manifest the events and realities of those conceptualizations. For instance, if you are taught that your mind and spirit are to be peaceful and tranquil, and that you will not allow any external activities to disrupt this mental state, you will feel this suggestion manifesting a calm presence within you, causing your mind to be ruled by inspiring thoughts. Likewise, if you are influenced by suggestions that cause you to become angry, you will manifest those negative energies and emotions that will affect your mind to the point of being ruled by unruly thoughts. It is clear that suggestions create psychological and physical stimulus on everything to which you give your attention, and that you will always be compelled to acknowledge and respond to them by complying or choosing to reject them. If you choose to comply with a suggestion, you will have to consider what it entails and embrace what is being offered to you. So, if I tell you that everything you have ever seen, heard, or read is stored away in your subconscious, and that you have the ability to recall every single word, conversation, image, and sound you have ever experienced, you may embrace this suggestion and, in the process, realize that you really do have access to everything stored in your subconscious. It is a scientific fact that you never really forget what you have learned, seen, heard, or experienced, and that when you need to recall that information, your brain must go in search of it and place it vividly in your conscious mind. Notice that you are considering what this suggestion entails and that you are thinking about the power of one word, recall. Now I want you to remember and finish this phrase, believe as and do as ... Part 3. Basic techniques in analyzing suggestions. The most welcome guest in society will ever be the one to whose mind everything is a suggestion and whose words suggest something to everyone. Sarah Joseph Hale, Truthful and More Sublime Ideals. You may choose to reject a suggestion that is less appealing to you. For instance, if someone tells you that the mind forgets everything it reads, sees, and hears every day when you go to sleep, and that you will not be able to recall anything you have learned past 1 year, this is a suggestion you may not be so inclined to embrace. Of course, you will remember and recall everything you have seen, heard, read, and learned. And if someone tells you differently, your mind will automatically defend and sustain your belief in the truth that you can and do remember. And yes, there are times when you will have to amplify and fortify your beliefs against negative, dubious, and adverse suggestions that may cause you to falter in your ideals. It is also important to realize that there may be beliefs you have acquired that are hindering you from developing a new mindset or preventing you from intensifying and enhancing the presence of your divine phenomenon. There are ideals and beliefs that you have acquired that may be hindering and keeping you from reaching the full capacity of your newly found potential and the grandiose ideals I am presenting to you. You may feel limited and held back by something or weak in some of your abilities because of inculcated beliefs and suggestions that have devitalized the power of your divine phenomenon. Though it can sometimes be extremely difficult to acknowledge and overcome erroneous beliefs and nonsensical ideals, if you are able to recognize those defective concepts, you can begin to remove them from your mindset and replace them with truthful and more sublime ideals. Such erroneous concepts are things, activities, or habits that are either harmful to your mental health and physical well-being, frivolous and not conducive to your enhancement, or completely detrimental to a strong and productive lifestyle. It is my sincere hope that while reading this book, you will come to perceive which of your beliefs, activities, and habits are hindering your enhancement and remove them from your essence, because until you have mastered this process, these things will continue to prevent you from experiencing the true essence and power of your phenomenon. This you must believe and embrace. You recall me mentioning your divine phenomenon as the true force and activation of your unique presence, and that it is in this divine phenomenon that 100% of your mind and spirit exist. Well, you must prepare yourself because this is a suggestion that you must and will believe and embrace wholeheartedly. It is this indisputable affirmation that will cause you to transcend into that greater being I am suggesting you become. This is an exceptional opportunity in which you may infuse your mind with these powerful qualities and forge your new being using these sublime ideals. You are more powerful than any force ever imagined, and now I will infuse and ignite your spirit and empower your faith in this belief. You will receive and sustain these suggestions with an indisputable affirmation, allowing them to grow on and in your mind, body, and spirit vigorously. I want you to know that you are the complete and total essence of life, infused with tremendous power, an assertive being of great intelligence, and an ever-expanding and creative force with unlimited potential. You are a new being with a new perspective on life, one that allows you to view the entire universe as a boundless field you will build upon. You have the power and authority to make changes wherever necessary and to put things in place to construct realities that are completely relevant to your needs. Though things may appear as they are, with many illusions and misconceptions, they will begin to reconstruct themselves to your liking and develop around you according to your ideals. Now that I have asserted this truth, I want you to clear your mind of all worldly ideals and see the earth from the position of space as though you are sitting on the moon, watching the earth's glow. You will notice that it appears calm, peaceful, and serene. You will also notice how it illuminates and stands gloriously in its own unique phenomenon. Yet here you are, viewing this beautiful essence of life in your mind and wondering how it is possible that this grandiose entity has what it has and does what it does. Yes, I am referring to your mind. This phenomenon we call your mind will open up and perceive its limitlessness, allowing you to see beyond your worldly ideals the great mysteries of true life. Remember that all of your abilities are supernatural and that all of your actions are in the essence of a phenomenon. Therefore, you exist in a realm that undoubtedly acknowledges, encourages, and thrives on miracles and sublime creations. Grandiose ideals create grandiose realities, which is why I am suggesting you come into this new mindset of believe as you will and do as you believe. By doing so, you must and will transcend into a greater being with greater realities. But for now, let's focus on building up your belief system and enhancing your mental dexterity. Tap the center of this page to ascend to the next level of enlightenment. A stronger belief system. By simply reading this book, you have developed a stronger belief system and are better equipped to advance in any challenge, activity, or objective you wish to engage in. And indeed, you will engage in these activities, objectives, and beliefs with sheer confidence and indisputable affirmations that cannot be rendered ineffectual. With a stronger mindset come greater achievements, and with greater achievements come stations and conditions that are more desirable. These are the suggestions you want to dominate your subconscious and take hold. These are the thoughts that will motivate you and get you excited, wanting to excel upon and beyond your goals. And I encourage you to keep all of these ideas daily in your mind, perpetually flourishing throughout your entire essence. I want you to recall and revisit those 4 special areas that were previously planted into your subconscious: the self, the mind, the source, and the core. You will remember that each of these special areas has 4 words linked to them. With these 4 special areas nurturing your subconscious mind, you will build and strengthen your psychodynamic to develop a person that is truly of your making. I am reintroducing and emphasizing these suggestions into your conscious mind. Please recall all of the suggestions in this book regularly. Although they are firmly planted and actively working algorithms within your subconscious, it is also necessary to bring them into your conscious mind as often as possible. This is required to nourish and strengthen your belief system and all of your exceptional ideals frequently. Being selective and meticulous. As you can see, suggestions are constantly implied and great determinants when it comes to developing your personality and shaping the way you perceive the realities of life. You may see your circumstances and station today and think you are satisfied with the way things are, and suddenly, in a few days, you will have an overwhelming desire to change them and move up into stations with conditions that are much more appealing and desirable to you. As your mindset changes and develops, so too do your characteristics and desires, thus forcing you to excel in your aspirations and pursuits to accomplish more sublime ideals. It is not simply a matter of true comfort, but one of progression and transcendence. Even if your situation ends up being one of discomfort, it should be perceived and used as an opportunity to build and strengthen your essence with resilience and acquire or enhance those qualities that will cause you to become even more experienced. A trait that is extremely detrimental to many people's advancement is complacency, which greatly limits and devitalizes one's unique potential and diminishes one's desire to transcend and strive for higher status in life. Many people allow present situations to stagnate and hold them back from advancing, and in some cases, end up remaining where they are for many years or even until they die, which is not something that should be happening to anyone. Knowing this, it is imperative that you use every situation and circumstance to acquire better skill sets and organize circumstances suitable to your standards and desires. You are to be selective and meticulous with the situations, qualities, and standards of your environment, and in a position that will afford you the authority to be a creative constructor of your life and circumstances. You want to have the power to call the shots and set things up how you want them to be. And of course, if you are not already in such a position, you will be. The ability to devise and construct your own stations will also create opportunities for advancement for yourself as well as for others. I presented the word professionalism earlier in this book, stating its meaning using the core word professional, which literally means possessing great skills or experience in particular activities or subjects of intellect. In addition to this word, I will add the word dominion, which means supreme authority with control and influence over certain places, properties, or persons. As you excel in your use and mastery of these great suggestions, you must accept the fact that you will acquire many significant responsibilities with them as well, which include many exceptional capabilities aside from dominion and professionalism. Devising and constructing stations that function to create an ideal environment with productive activities is something you will learn to do proficiently if you truly believe in the ideals presented in this book. Your purpose is to create a matrix. Here is another exceptional suggestion I want you to embrace. You will begin with yourself, managing and organizing the subjects of your thoughts with steering guidance and acknowledging with intense scrutiny all of your actions and endeavors. From here, your abilities will extend outwardly to external entities and forces, and thus you will create a matrix designed specifically to manifest your greatest ideals. Now, if you embrace these great ideals and are in agreement with these suggestions and desire to make them indisputable affirmations, touch the center of this page and say, "Life will be what I will it to be." Grandeur is the supreme factor of your unique phenomenon, but you must come to know this greatness and embrace the transcendence of your existence. The power in what you can do or accomplish is truly astonishing, yet realistically achievable only when the mind is consciously and intelligently guided. Your subconscious must be actively trained to be engaged in the most relevant subjects and objectives. Acute focus is key in every objective, as it brings together the forces and elements that must cohere to construct what is to be manifested. Whether an extremely tall and elaborate skyscraper or the making of cheese, everything that requires nascent must come through the thoughts and actions of a concentrated mind. A team of scientists may come together for the purpose of creating a subatomic particle that carries unique energy and forces. However, it is crucial to understand that this entire process began in the mind of a single individual who then devised a goal and invoked the spirits, elements, and forces required to incite and pursue this elaborate objective. There are two perspectives: one that sees limitations or impracticable circumstances and thinks, "This is impossible," and the other that sees the possibility and industrious methods of how it can be achieved and says, "This will be done." Your mindset is that of the latter, seeing the vision, devising the methods, and focusing intently on the process of manifestation. With emphasis implied, you will follow through on your goal, devise a realistic plan, and set out to achieve it. You will be extremely meticulous, very organized, and overly enthused to advance in your endeavors. You will face every challenge with full confidence, ambition, and a powerful will to prevail and succeed. Whenever you analyze yourself and your circumstances, you will acknowledge your importance and know that you are fulfilling those goals that will produce whatever you desire. You will now acknowledge the fact that wherever you are and whatever you are doing is to construct a life infused with the presence of joy, meaningful purpose, and immense success. If you believe and are willing to do so, and if you want to instill and infuse these suggestions into your subconscious mind, tap the center of this page to incite your unique matrix. Suggestive manifestation. From this moment forth, you are moving forward into new and better stations that will afford you more opportunities and greater rewards. This will all happen because you have accepted the power of suggestion and are willing to strive with complete faith towards mastering this life-guiding force through continued efforts. This is the result of believing in the validity of a suggestion and acting on it with an authoritative contemporary perspective. This is similar to the science of epistemology, which deals with the act or nature of knowledge or knowing, and discusses the premise of what is to be believed versus what should not or is irrational to believe. For instance, if you know and understand the process of facilitating and utilizing electricity, you know that it would be illogical to think you can use an electrical outlet to power your appliances without a main power source to conduct an electrical charge. Like all systems and processes of the universe, suggestions have laws that apply to all thinking minds. The 4 laws of suggestive manifestation. Acknowledge the power of suggestions. Mentalize and comprehend the realities that may be produced by suggestions. Devise the process in which suggestions and ideals are to be manifested or rejected. Apply the force of intellect to invoke those realities that will infuse your divine abilities to actualize. These 4 laws were devised to reveal to you that even though there may be no evidence of something, it may indeed be brought into existence by the mere elicit of a suggestion. Though nothing of great value can be acquired from the moon, The idea that we should go there was devised and suggested by one person, and that suggestion led many to believe and embrace this objective until, with faith and belief, that objective was pursued and finally accomplished. You have noticed that I have mentioned a few times throughout the book that you will create a matrix that you will use to manifest your ideal reality. This is an idea I want you to ponder. Even though I have in mind a more sublime suggestion as to what that matrix should accomplish, I want you to consider your unique phenomenon and its divine purpose. Consider the 4 laws of suggestive manifestation and what I said about eventually realizing your divine ability to perform miracles and incite phenomena. At this moment, you are not only closer to understanding these things, but you will soon actualize them as well. The indoctrination of ideals. There is considerable evidence to prove that we are intelligent beings with the exceptional ability to create whatever we may imagine. The issue we are all faced with is the indoctrination of ideals and whether those beliefs create limitations that devitalize the potential power of our unique phenomenon, or we are given ideals that empower us to excel and transmute into something greater. To make sure that you are free of all faulty ideals, I will now remove any and all doctrines and inane suggestions that have been instilled in your mind. You will no longer be limited or circumscribed, and you will master the rules of suggestive manifestation as they are stated above. You will come to feel and know the force and nature of your unique phenomenon and embody your ability to perform miracles. If these suggestions are those you want added to your beliefs, say, I am an intelligent sovereign being and a true thaumaturgist. Now, I want you to take into consideration this phrase, I am an intelligent sovereign being and a true thaumaturgist. With no limitations on your unique phenomenon, what will you do? With the power of knowledge, what do you believe can be accomplished? Do you have a sublime ideal that is truly grandiose? Indeed, you are contemplating some extraordinary realities that you would like to see manifested. And what is to stop you if you obey the rules? As you will see, the power of mentalization does what is considered impossible through the power of believing. I want you to imagine yourself standing in a room with a perimeter of 200 feet, surrounded by 4 stone walls 20 feet high. There are no doors or exits through which you may escape. The ground beneath you is also stone, and above you is the open sky. Keep in mind that this structure is not man-made. The only way to escape this stone room is through the power of mentalization, and thus you have found your place in the universe. Serious meditation and enlightenment are required to fathom this conundrum. However, you will come to understand every mystery that enters your mind and solve every issue pertaining to your objectives. To every objective, there is solubility, an actual process of functionalism through which every reality can be realized. Take, for instance, technology, one of the most astonishing achievements of functionalism, where the most incredible discoveries and creations of mechanical devices and exquisite realities are made to exist. Every technological system was skillfully developed with the ideal goal of facilitating and making the productivity of human activities more efficient. The minds responsible for mentalizing these mysteries and devising the components through which they have constructed and manifested these extremely exceptional realities were and are true demonstrators of the phrase indisputable affirmation. Think beyond what exists. This and every activity that involves thinking beyond what does not yet but may exist is carried out by those unrestricted minds that are acutely in tune with their unique phenomenon, even if they are unaware of the presence and significance of these divine events. The ability to think beyond what exists and envision and actualize what may exist is the most exceptional phenomenon of the mind. For with this ability, you may reform present realities or bring about new realities through an exact algorithmic system of functionalism. Indeed, from one objective to the next, you will mentalize, devise, create, and realize whatever reality you may envision. With these suggestions, you may now transcend into your higher stations and become more self-actualized as you continue to acquire the qualities, characteristics, and abilities you will use to develop the fullness of your divine essence. You now know about your true nature, your miraculous abilities, the rules of suggestive manifestation, and your power to create matrices. With these great suggestions, there is no limit to what you can accomplish. This new mindset will enhance your status and elaborate your stations with all that you desire. However, you must continue to develop and empower your belief system and assure yourself that all of these suggestions are legitimate forces with actual validity. Surely, you will use these exceptionally rare suggestions to achieve feats that are monumentally extraordinary. Think of the many miracles that were, are, and will be performed, and the power you have been given to contribute to these grandiose feats. Doubt may be present at first, as you get used to living on this high plateau of intelligentsia. However, the more you focus on believing and embracing these suggestions, the more you will sense these powers and abilities being actualized through your unique phenomenon. These activities will heighten your subconscious mind to hear and see when suggestions are being presented to you and how you should react to them. Remember, you will no longer be subjected to or bound by the realities of faulty ideals, for you are now free to use the 4 rules of suggestive manifestation to produce feats that are truly astonishing. Mental and spiritual clarity. Now that you are aware of the suggestions you have been encountering and working with every day of your life, I want you to think carefully about the decisions you have made and the stimulus that incited those determinations. Consider these 5 words: trigger, reaction, disregard, accept, and obstacles. What do you feel or think when these words enter your conscious mind? Now I will present 5 more words for you to contemplate: aware, attention, new, reject, and ideas. What thoughts or feelings went through your mind as you read these words? I want you to focus on just 2 of these words for now: new and aware. This is what you will feel right now. Your subconscious mind is new, your purpose is new, your mindset is new, and your objectives are all new, and you are aware. You should not and will no longer be upset with anyone, nor any situations you have experienced in the past that have instilled in you any kind of anger or malice. You have just overcome every burden or painful experience you have had to face, and now possess the perspective for what is required to live a free and extraordinary life. The last suggestion implied freeing your spirit of all hurtful and destructive ideas or pains that could potentially diminish the power of your ability to think on the elevated level being suggested. There must be an inculcation of mental and spiritual clarity that will allow you to receive thoughts pertaining to the mysteries of your phenomenon, enabling you to engage in the activities of manifesting grandiose ideals. As you gain this clarity and move forward in those activities, know that every environment you enter and every person within those environments will conform and adapt to your standards and assist with the process of fulfilling your objectives. Knowing this, you must assert your beliefs and actions with a vibrant presence of motivation. Thus, your passion will be felt and your energy given to everyone you encounter and interact with. All activities taking place in those environments will benefit you, and you will perceive them and put them in order with your goal. Making things work to your advantage is a talent that you will not only find great pleasure in, but master and use in every aspect of your life. Every mind is now required to acknowledge your aspiration and give precedence to your objectives, even without knowing your aspired end. You are now a part of an elite group of individuals who have accepted and embraced these suggestions to be truths and are living in accord with all of these exceptional ideals. This new paradigm will elevate your purpose above the ideals of the masses and allow you to see the difference in their beliefs in contrast to yours. You have a brilliant mindset that fills your spirit with invigorating energy and divine enlightenment. Therefore, you are and will always be guided in the right direction and rise into your most elaborate stations. You must now show that you trust these suggestions and accept this affirmation as your destiny prophesied by tapping the center of this page twice. Enlightenment and truths. And I will state yet again, believe as you will and do as you believe. For to believe in your mind that you are capable of achieving a goal makes achieving that goal undoubtedly possible, which is why I am planting all of these excellent suggestions into your conscious and subconscious mind. I will now take you above where the common mind has not reached to attain such enlightenment and truths. I want you to see what the common mind cannot and become aware of what they are not aware of. Society frequently undergoes a form of mass hypnosis that causes the majority to embrace and conform to certain ideas and circumstances that change the way society functions. These changes may come in the form of great protests designed specifically to remove or incite certain ideals. It may come as a pandemic, social crisis, or technological advance that leads to the restructuring of social behavior and activities. Or it may be an executive order for government reform. But whichever way they come, they are all carried out by suggestions that are very often deliberately and adamantly instilled into the subconscious mind of the masses by those with the intellectual and financial capacity to manifest these extremely elaborate events. I refer to these individuals as cognitive hackers, who specialize in planting suggestions firmly into the minds of individuals by sending designated operatives out to publicize, disseminate, and empower their specific ideals. This is how the world evolves and develops into what it becomes, and why you must be one of the few who are able to perceive such changes and prepare yourself to benefit and devise the proper protective measures that will guard you against not only the effects of those suggestions, but also the events that will occur as a result. I am presenting this to show you how change occurs and how you are to be either involved with these changes or possess the ability to perceive and adapt to them in a manner that will allow you to gain an advantage over them. Remember, suggestions are very powerful, especially when they are coming from social media, government officials, and people we know and trust. Many people will literally forfeit their individuality and natural rights if they believe someone or some agency has the authority and power to make declarations that give them the right to do so. To be and remain a free and creative being, you must embody the solemn affirmation that you are a sovereign individual with all of your innate and natural freedoms intact. The world you live in is constantly reshaping and influencing you to be as it is, but you must have the mind to create your own identity and ideal purpose. To be truly unique is rare indeed, and requires a mind that is able to perceive everything that makes up the structure of society while discovering and analyzing what is scarcely known, discreetly utilized, and embraced by a select few. An example of this can be related to stockbrokers who have knowledge of a company that is functioning at optimum capacity and is about to go public. These individuals have the advantage of purchasing stocks from this company and making a great profit, unlike most people who know nothing about how the stock market works or this initial public offering. To search for, discover, practice, and master what is exceptional and conducive to your life, status, and station will always set you above those common minds and give you the advantage over many suggestions that are set firmly in the mind of the masses. Your supreme goal. I will present another suggestion for you to consider. You have acquired exceptional ideals from this book, which will go deep into your subconscious to energize and fortify your abilities. You were born with a creative potential to envision and create, and in your subconscious, you are building up the power to achieve anything you may envision. All of the work you have done and will do is leading up to the manifestation of this vision. Deep in your subconscious, there are trillions of algorithms being computed. However, I want you to see this process and become conscious of what these algorithms have ciphered so far. Your subconscious is always working to accomplish objectives. However, until you have instilled all of these definitive ideals into your subconscious, making them your mind's supreme focus, you will continue to work on those common and not very significant objectives that capture and hold your attention. All of these suggestions will assist you in devising and pursuing a definitive objective and ensuring your subconscious activities are working to take you to where you want to be with all that you desire. Remember, your mind is an ultra-productive computer that does and can do everything a man-made supercomputer can do, but with greater success when cognitively programmed to function in this capacity. It can acquire information quickly, process information efficiently, recall information instantaneously, and produce whatever it devises subjectively upon the external world. You have been undergoing this cognitive program from the moment you started reading this book and chose to believe in these suggestions. You are here and now transforming your subconscious mind to be an ultra-productive computer with supreme capabilities and the intellectual capacity to decipher divine algorithms and influence phenomena. Now, if you desire to accept and incite this cognitive programming, I will require you to tap the center of this page and say, I will allow these suggestions to be the active stimulus of my conscious and subconscious mind. Alleviate decedent suggestions. Many people like to believe that their achievements and pursuits are the result of their independent thoughts. But the truth is that environmental conditions and society's conventional ideals influence their thinking and advance a great deal more than their own reasoning. Most people's actions and beliefs are molded by ready-made ideas and systematic modes of social interaction, and it is what they see, hear, and read that motivates them to do what they do. The suggestions in this book, as all suggestions should be, are used as propelling implements to instill lasting results of empowerment to your mind. Every suggestion in this book is designed to alleviate discouraging suggestions, replace weak beliefs with strong ones, overcome foul or destructive habits with good and wholesome habits, and cause your entire personality to change to where you are able to function effectively under the most obstinate circumstances. These suggestions are to elevate your mental abilities and conditioning to a level that allows you to excel in all of your activities and endeavors with the highest level of dexterity you may acquire. I am sure you have heard the term peer pressure, the power of influence one has over another through the process of impressionable suggestions. Well, this power of influence through impressionable suggestions is not simply employed by our peers, but forcibly used by many authoritative figures in society. And we refer to this peer pressure as power, which is given to those whom lofty suggestions are instilled. They are referred to as the boss, lawmakers, or law enforcers, and they are in these positions because they have come to believe through external suggestions that they have the right and power to control and influence others to conform to and abide by their standards, agreements, and guidelines. And as you are well aware, these individuals are very proficient at convincing people to accept or bend to their impressionable ideas. Supreme validation. Indeed, power is instilled in those who receive lofty suggestions infused with and empowered by a legitimate force that assumes actual authority. Such power comes to those with indisputable affirmations and mindsets that give supreme validation to their definitive ideals. Their subconscious minds are fully powered to back their assertive ideas, and all the suggestions that comprise the foundation of their beliefs have gone through a penetrative process of actions that encourage and empower them. The power of suggestions, when emphatically asserted and embraced, drives and compels the presence of aspiration and can lead us through the most arduous experiences to achieve what we believe in. There is no journey, obstacle, or reality that cannot be overcome and made to yield to the power of adamant determination. You are receiving emphatic ambition from these suggestions, and they will drive and compel you to pursue and fulfill your greatest aspirations. You must, first of all, ask yourself if you are receiving these suggestions with the validity in which they are being asserted, and whether you have made strides in the direction you desire while giving yourself constructive suggestions in whatever objectives you have or will engage in. If your evaluation is affirmative to any degree, you can expect your successes to be even greater. It is clear, and we have concluded, that everyone is suggestible and will always respond to some degree or manner to all suggestions. I assure you that you are extremely suggestible to what you have read in this book, and that all of these suggestions are empowering your ability to progress effectively in every circumstance and enabling you to handle every situation with the greatest form of resolution. By now, you have adopted the conviction that you are going to achieve a state of self-actualization, even if you have experienced a lack of true fulfillment up to this point in your life. These suggestions are affirmative phenomena, which means there is no way you can avoid the power and effect they will have on your life. You have been and will continue to be influenced by these suggestions for the duration of your life, and you need only trust your subconscious to make them work for you. I can tell you from practical experience that once you have embraced and become actively engaged with these suggestions, you will most certainly become an exemplary master of your destiny and achievements. Influenced by these exceptional and inspiring ideals, your thoughts and responses to all situations will be positive and effective. Every reality is completely a matter of skillfully manipulating suggestibility in order to achieve the results you desire in every area of your life. Your cognitive structure. I want you to have a conscious understanding of what it means to achieve self-actualization. It is literally transitioning from a state of confusion and delusion to competence and abundance. It is moving from an obstructed and erroneous view of yourself, your environment, your life, and society to seeing the true functionality, purpose, and intricate objectives of each of these realities correctly. To understand this process, I need you to examine the many levels of social status that make up the lifestyles and mindsets of every individual in society. Rank these individuals from richest to poorest, from most educated to least educated, and from most spiritual to most secular. Then place yourself in this ranking using numbers 1 to 10 to assess your status, with 1 being the lowest of these factors. If you have rated yourself from 1 to 4 on the richest to poorest scale, this means you are not where you truly desire to be and do not possess the things you truly desire to have. You are either in circumstances that are not very agreeable, living a lifestyle you are unhappy with, or you are content with living a mediocre lifestyle, getting by with what little you receive on a day-by-day basis. Now, if you have rated your status of richest to poorest between 5 and 7, you are comfortable with your lifestyle and living standards and are not burdened by the hustle and bustle of trying to make ends meet on a daily basis. At this level, you probably have no desire to move beyond your present stations and living quarters. However, if you have rated your status from 8 to 10, you are rich or wealthy. Rich means you are making more than $200,000 but less than $2,500,000 a year. And wealthy means you're making well over $10 million a year. Obviously, your living conditions are exceptional and beyond the imagination of those individuals who have rated their status from 1 to 7. And as long as you are managing your finances appropriately, you are not concerned with daily pittance. Now, with regard to being educated as opposed to being uncultivated, if your number is from 1 to 4, then you were not adequately educated, and assuming you stayed in school, you may have acquired a high school diploma with no further academic achievements. At this level, unless you have discovered an innate talent that you were able to exploit to your advantage, you may find it difficult to make substantial accomplishments that would place you in the stations you truly aspire to attain. If your number ranges from 5 to 7, you have probably engaged in college academics or a vocational occupation that has allowed you to develop your cognitive abilities significantly. At this level, it is likely that you are capable of advancing from one achievement to the next with a fairly accurate assessment of how and how long it will take to get there. Now, if you have ranked from 8 to 10, you are among the elite with academic or social achievements that grant you access to stations and events that only those of the highest prestige may encounter. You are probably the owner of a successful business, a chief executive officer, chief financial officer, or some kind of specialist with knowledge and access to entities far beyond the mental grasp of the average college graduate. When it comes to spiritual versus secular characteristics, if your number is 1 to 4, you are not very spiritual and more inclined to do things that are focused on entertainment, acquiring non-essential material possessions, and engaging in carnal activities. You may or may not believe in God or a higher power, but you are not limited or restrained by the presence of conscience. If your number is 5 to 7, you are slightly religious but more materialistic, meaning you may pray and participate in spiritual rituals, but you also enjoy indulging in secular activities and feel little or no guilt for not upholding the practices that coincide with your religion. Although you have a stable conscience, as long as what you do isn't too malevolent, you won't feel as though you are committing a serious offense. In this range, you are quite impressionable and may easily succumb to the influence and will of others. If your number is 8 to 10, you are more religious than most people and adhere to the principles of your beliefs unwaveringly. You are not particularly concerned with acquiring material possessions and do not get involved in many worldly activities. You are not easily influenced by those outside your sect, and you stand adamantly by the doctrines you have inherited. Most people fall somewhere between the range of 3 to 7 in each of these categories, and I am sure you have rated yourself appropriately with respect to each of these subjects. I have mentioned all of this simply to get you thinking about your situation and your thoughts on these very real aspects of your life. I chose the financial, educational, and religious factors because these three are the most significant in everyone's life and are based primarily on external suggestions. By way of illustration, an exceptional education is acquired through the guidance of extremely competent educators who are very proficient at instilling concepts into people's minds. The amount of money one has may reveal their financial status through the condition of their station and personal appearance. Through religion, one may determine the beliefs and values they are expected to uphold and display with their character. These core ideals are impressed upon everyone in society, and how they are delivered through the power of suggestion will shape and build the entire cognitive structure and definitive pursuits of every individual's conscious and subconscious mind. The direction of imminent success. You will now begin to perceive the changes in your character, as well as your circumstances, taking effect right away. You have taken the subjects illustrated above seriously and are making the best of them by perceiving and acknowledging the cognitive structure of your conscious and subconscious mind. Of course, you want the lifestyle of the richer at 8 to 10 and the mind of the elite specialist who succeeds at achieving and maintaining the status of number 10. And yes, these changes are happening with maximum progression as you mentalize and actively work on your true document and the objectives required to achieve your state of self-actualization. You will take to learning and education with an open mind and inquisitive perspective, easily absorbing and retaining all information that enters your ears or comes to your eyes. Your mind is functioning with a higher capacity than it ever has, and it is now profoundly attentive, allowing nothing of value to escape it. You will acquire and develop the qualities and characteristics of that prestigious individual you have envisioned, believing and trusting that it is yourself you see in those stations, with the status you are so eagerly pursuing. Your mind and your activities are advancing rapidly in the direction of imminent success. To this end, I encourage you to become knowledgeable and highly active in the process of your endeavors so that you can acquire the abilities to influence and gain control over every aspect of the course you choose to engage in. If your lifestyle is something you want to master and gain full control over, you must become fully cognizant of your conduct and the realities you are intimately engaged with. This deeper understanding of yourself will allow you to prepare for the rebuilding of a more exuberant lifestyle and everything you desire within it. The initial process may seem difficult, but it will be an enthusiastic and enjoyable experience that you will find liberating and conducive to building strength in many of your characteristics. I want you to trust that this process is building up the essence of your psychodynamic interaction and creating a new, more elaborate mindset for you to implement. I will now instill more suggestions into your subconscious, allowing you to encounter more promising results. These 3 words will give you power over more situations and the advantage to do what you need to do with greater efficiency. Embrace these words: healer, authoritative, and self-empowering. Part 4. The Golden Rules for Mastering Your Life. The mind is susceptible to suggestions. It learns whatever you teach it. Swami Brahmananda, a presence of overconfidence. If you are under the control and being ruled by the commands and demands of others who are not acting constructively to improve your life circumstances, it is time to take your position as the higher authority. Form in your mind the idea that you are above all authoritative figures and that you are to reign over them as a superior. You are self-empowered to speak freely to anyone you desire with a presence of confidence and self-assuredness. You will not feel uncomfortable, timid, or bashful in the presence of anyone. In fact, you will feel a sense of importance that allows you to guide the direction of any conversation or situation as you desire it to develop. Your authoritative position will be reinforced by your new mindset, and you will stand firm in it. However, you will not use this power to abuse or belittle others. This authoritative stance is meant solely to propel you to the stations and status you are working towards. You will speak with confidence and elegance, asserting your thoughts intelligently so that your ideas are conveyed comprehensively and received with favorable reception. When you speak, people will be attentive and interested, embracing your passions and concepts with inspiration and feelings of excitement. You will learn and master the art of approaching and kindling interesting conversations with subjects that capture people's attention and keep them engaged. You will also be attentive to others, receiving their thoughts and ideas so that they will be useful to you in the future. You will receive information with caution and become profoundly informed, but you will also fact-check what you acquire to ensure that you do not spread or use false information. This is your mental disposition if you believe and are in agreement with this authoritative position. The continuance of your existence. We will now focus on how you care for yourself and how much attention you give to your circumstances. How well do you take care of your mind, body, environment, emotions, spirit, and family? Do you treat yourself as though you are the most important person you will ever encounter? Do you have a view of yourself that reflects prestige, positive energy, privilege, wholesomeness, class, opulence, and high esteem? Do you care for yourself with great concern and a sense of responsibility over your circumstances and conditions? Do you understand that peace and harmony are the factors that maintain a good and sound mind? Do you realize that health is the result of discipline and refraining from foul habits? Indeed, you are wholly responsible for your life, which includes the circumstances, consequences, and all factors of reality involved with your being. How you advance through life reflects your beliefs on social ideals, unveils the objects of your mindset, and reveals the things you are passionate about. Knowing this, you must be actively and creatively involved with the existence of all realities surrounding your presence. With knowledge of these facts, you are thinking about yourself in a new light. You have a new perspective on what you are doing, what you want to do, and what you will do. You already acknowledge a tremendous change in your mindset, and you are ready to do what these suggestions have been preparing you to do. You will be more productive, more established, and more involved with realities that are loftier and much more rewarding. If you are not already, you will soon luxuriate in stations that are ordered to your personal desire. I know that you will make all of this happen for yourself because you have embraced the phrase, believe as you will and do as you believe. All of these great suggestions will become an active superstructure for your conscious and subconscious mind, driving you to accomplish many exceptional achievements. You will build and use the force of your subconscious to lead you and trust that all phenomena are working to unveil a truly divine and definitive objective that involves the continuance of your existence. Your purpose is aligned with all sublime phenomena, and now it is up to you to decipher and harness the power I have revealed to you. You must discover these truths in yourself and believe in the greatest realities you can imagine and create. Now, I will suggest and instruct you on how to manifest your divine matrix to achieve your state of divinity. You are a supernatural being. Whatever the conscious mind is taught to believe, the subconscious mind will accept and act upon with conviction, depending on the conscious mind's belief regarding particular ideals. With all of the suggestions given to you throughout your life, you have created the ideals you live by, and with these thoughts, you have come to embody whatever you hold to be true. To believe anything, you must first give mental consent to entertain certain suggestions, and from that moment on, those suggestions will become your thoughts to muse and build upon. From this point on, as you read this book, you must choose. You must choose to believe and accept these truths with unwavering acceptance. All of the suggestions asserted in this book are true, and as long as you believe and consciously internalize them, you will find things working in your favor in the most remarkable ways. The mysteries of your phenomenon are to be discovered, understood, and wielded with explicit ingenuity. As a supernatural being with divine abilities, you must realize that you are to encounter extraordinary experiences that will further reveal the presence of your living phenomenon. There are forces that encourage and support all of your efforts. However, you must devise the best and most efficient methods for achieving advantageous circumstances and superior opportunities. In fact, you will identify all of the factors empowering your life and become immediately aware of these phenomenal forces as they occur and unfold. There are many phenomena collaborating with your belief system and the functionality of your existence, linking their own desired objectives to yours. These phenomena intuitively connect to your phenomenon and rely on your expenditure of power to fulfill their own purposes. As of now, you will be able to observe and use them to your own ends as well. The suggestions in this book possess the same dynamic force and mysterious presence as all the great phenomena of life that are working to assist you with every one of your endeavors. These phenomena are primarily inclined to elevate you to your most ideal state. You may notice these phenomena when you avoid an accident, discover an opportunity you were hoping for, find something by chance that you really wanted, whether you were or were not looking for it, or when you win or acquire something through what people usually refer to as luck. What is truly happening in all of these instances is that your subconscious has aligned itself with those forces that are in sync with your ideals and a supernatural system of functionality that causes events to occur within the nature of your beliefs. Of course, this works adversely when you encounter a force that is not in alignment with the functions and objectives of your ideals. Since all things are in the nature and essence of a phenomenon, it is easy to say that we all have access to and will encounter the effects of such forces on a daily basis. The idea is to shape and develop your mindset to function in such a way that these phenomena respond to your ideals and system of functionality with the most propitious results. Ideally, if you are able to perceive phenomena and are capable of discerning their objectives and creating a way to assist in the process of their ideal ends, this action is usually reciprocated, meaning these phenomena are likely to assist you as well. Here is a simple example. If you feed someone who is hungry, it is likely that person may want to return the favor, usually with a kind deed or something of greater value. On a grander scale, if you are in your car at a stop sign and you observe and pull over to help an elderly woman who has fallen and is having difficulty getting up, this delay in your journey may have prevented you from having an accident, or you may have just met the grandmother of your future spouse. In this sense, you are using your phenomenon to support the efforts of other phenomena, and this process, when observed and acted upon correctly, will always benefit your greater cause. There are times when you will rely on suitable phenomena to advance your objective, and times when existing phenomena may seek your assistance to reach their desired end. The key in this exchange is to perceive whether those existing phenomena are truly beneficial to your desired end, and if your assistance to them will be used with good intentions to produce meritorious realities worthy of your time, ingenuity, and efforts. In this process, you will learn many things about your unique phenomenon, including its true purpose, objectives, and capabilities. You will also discover the characteristics of many external phenomena. Once you have learned to distinguish the activities and consequences of these forces, and how to employ your divine abilities to benefit from other phenomena, you will notice the process of functionalism working more effectively to your will, and acknowledge the fact that you are more powerful than any force you have ever imagined. your system of functionality. Early on in life, many people are fed negative suggestions that they are dumb, lazy, weak, incapable, and many other mentally deflating statements that cause the mind to undergo the effects of these discouraging and defective ideas. These statements can literally cause a person to see themselves as a failure, and many are so affected by these suggestions that they will not even try to prove otherwise. Negative suggestions are extremely devastating to a person's personality and self-esteem, and many people suffer from this emotional and intellectual abuse long after these suggestions are made because they become intrinsic to the subconscious, similar to how bolstering scars form on the body as a result of physical abuse. Many of these individuals will live out their lives under the pressure of these suggestions, their subconscious reiterating those negative ideas to pull them down if they attempt to advance beyond those implied limitations. A parent who makes such statements or creates a distressing environment for a child is doing tremendous harm to that child's subconscious development. For the subconscious is the active stimulus that structures and empowers the belief system. Therefore, whatever impressions are made by those we accept as authoritative figures forge the initial process of our acceptance of these ideals. Even if you were not subjected to this kind of treatment, you may have encountered ideals that are inane and detrimental to your subconscious mind, which could still be preventing you from acquiring those greater ideals and beliefs that may cause you to excel and come into a state of being that greatly exceeds your current status. I will now encourage and empower your mind with these truths, and you will receive and sustain these suggestions with indisputable affirmation, allowing them to grow in your mind, body, and spirit vigorously. Realize that you are the complete and total essence of life infused with divine power, an assertive being of high intelligence, and an ever-expanding and creative force with unlimited potential. You are a new being with a new perspective on life, one that allows you to view the entire universe as a place you must and will build upon. You will accept the fact that you have the power and authority to use the force of any phenomenon wherever necessary to construct realities that are completely relevant to your ideals. Although things may be as they are at this moment, they will begin to change to your liking and develop around you in accord with your system of functionality. From this moment on, you will be reconstructing the presence of your life to take the form of your most sublime ideal. Absolutely suggestible. You must realize there is no need for anxiety regarding your response to the suggestions in this book. This process will have a cumulative and favorable effect upon your subconscious, resulting in your life responding to these ideals without repeat exposure. Suppose you maintain and insist that you are not suggestible and wonder if your mind will really respond to these suggestions and their desired effects, and the assurance I have given you up to this point has not convinced you. To prove these suggestions are truly effective, let us try an experiment to assess your suggestibility. I want you to ponder the statement in the next paragraph, as I contend that you are, in fact, much more suggestible than you think. From this, you will realize that your brain is meticulously trained to react to all suggestions naturally. It is quite simple. Envision the color blue in your mind. Now look for it with your eyes. Do you see it? Of course you do. Even if you try to avoid seeing it, if it is within your environment, you will see it. Now you are aware and sure that you are absolutely suggestible and inevitably influenced by these suggestions. You cannot and will not doubt the presence of these truths. This means your subconscious is responding actively and efficiently to each and every one of these suggestions. Now, select a number from 1 to 10, with 1 being extremely suggestible and 10 being completely unsuggestible to these great suggestions. Which number did you select? All of these suggestions are now and forever firmly attached to your subconscious mind, and the more you reiterate these ideals, the more they will penetrate your subconscious to be accepted. The techniques and strategies I use to express and instill these ideas are relevant to the process of successfully influencing your beliefs and actions to realize an ideal end. If you trust and are willing to allow these suggestions to become one with the force of your unique phenomenon, and you are ready to receive those truly sublime suggestions. Tap the center of this page. The goal is to cause the subconscious to receive, embrace, and respond to this new mindset and the process of self-actualization expeditiously, with little or no interference from your existing limitations. You must prove to yourself that for these reasons you are suggestible and open to accepting and mastering these suggestions with true diligence. Free to expand your intellectual, spiritual, and physical powers, you have no limitations and will go to the greatest extent to prove these suggestions are vital and active within your mindset. Believe as you will and do as you believe. This is the true power of your phenomenon, and you must use every syllable to pursue and achieve your greatest feats. Ideas of refinement. Again, I must assure you that you are highly intelligent and possess the greatest abilities thought to exist within the universe. Every negative suggestion made to you or by you is rapidly losing its effect and will very soon be completely unhinged from your subconscious. Any foul or harmful habits you have acquired in your life through those defective ideas and impressionable suggestions will no longer be appealing to you. Your subconscious is being renewed with positive and exceptional ideals that will cause you to excel and succeed far beyond your present expectations and capabilities. You will now acquire those greater ideals and beliefs that will cause you to excel and come into a state of being that greatly exceeds your current status. These suggestions will empower your potential to manifest realities, create a powerful force in your mind and spirit to elevate you, help you progress, and provide you with the faith and energy to be and achieve more than you believe you can. They are causing you to be more constructive, consistent, outgoing, and proactive with your confidence to devise and build the stations and status you want for your life. You can no longer doubt your ability to achieve whatever you want, for your subconscious has been repaired to acknowledge and adhere to its true objectives with indisputable affirmation. Ultimately, the creative force within these suggestions will cause you to be the great suggester and true producer of your most sublime ideals, and the master architect of all your circumstances. This constant inculcation of positive suggestions being poured into your subconscious is building ideas of refinement and the assurance of great abilities. This entire process is essential to your well-being, setting in motion the precedents for new heights of power, excellent health, happiness, competence, and prosperity. All of the suggestions being delivered to your subconscious through this book will fill the capacity of your mind, penetrate all of your thoughts and actions, and lock you into a critical state of transformation. Your subconscious will no longer assert or embrace ideas of weakness and failure. It will only create forces of strength, empowerment, and motivation. You will not be dominated or overcome by anything that would otherwise create fear in you. In fact, you will see these situations as challenges and opportunities to exhibit your unwavering courage and ardent faith. You are planting, instilling, and forcing these suggestions adamantly into your subconscious, and it will accept and yield to every one of them without resistance, causing your mind to work diligently on all that you command it to do. There is power in you, in your body, mind, and spirit. This power is naturally protruding, building up the strength you will need to be self-propelling and a massive force of penetrative potential. You will think powerful thoughts and feel an intense mass of stimulating energy and power always moving fervently through you, causing you to advance productively in all of your activities. Your mind will build itself by systematically arranging notable concepts and developing a network of ideals designed to take it to higher levels of preservation. When your subconscious is trained to pursue, engage, and become fully intimate with the process of possessing those exceptional realities, it must and will take action. While your subconscious is methodizing and creating its modes of procedure, the conscious mind is actively working to find and assimilate new information that will allow the subconscious to create algorithms that are more useful to your objectives. As of now, you know without a doubt that whatever you believe and apply yourself to with persistence will be realized. All achievements must come through the thoughts and actions of a concentrated mind, which you are in full possession of. Laborious effort. As a point of defining success, I must state that success is not given, it is effortfully earned, and those who know and understand this have experience in producing the results of many achievements. I was once asked if someone who acquired a very large sum of money and became extremely wealthy would be considered successful. I brought it to this individual's attention that money should not be considered an object of success unless acquiring a particular amount of money was the essential objective. Success is not inherited or given without exerting one's abilities. It is the result of consciously and actively putting your mind to industrious applications and being willing to stay the course of progress until the goal is complete. Overcoming all the trials, obstacles, and strenuous work that demands your deepest concentration and laborious efforts is what gets you to the apex of your greatest aspirations. This is the true essence and golden plaque of success. To this end, you are striving to fortify and ensure your greater status and position, no matter the instance proposed. You are to empower your subconscious to be fit to adequately deal with the process of your advancement. Every one of these suggestions is fully activated in your mind. What you have agreed to by touching the center of any of these pages has been planted into your subconscious and is now working to devise, pursue, and fulfill what you have written on your paper. You will begin to search for information, exert yourself to complete every task, and face every obstacle that presents a challenge for you to master and overcome. You will also discover that you are becoming more passionate about fulfilling your goal, and the more you do to reach your desired end, the bolder you will become in taking on more sophisticated objectives. From this moment on, everything you do will remind you of this book, and your mind will illuminate and boost its level of activities substantially. This book is a supreme source of empowerment, and every suggestion is a charged component of vital energy working to carry you into your ideal state and condition. Every time you touch this book, you will gain strength and confidence, and all of your abilities will be enhanced. In fact, simply thinking about this book will give you a surge of energy, confidence, and creativity. Your self-esteem is high, your moral conduct is praiseworthy, and your character has noble qualities. You are to expect good experiences and become involved with several activities that will cause you to feel purposeful and filled with a deep sense of self-worth. You will love yourself more than anyone else and care for your character, body, mind, spirit, and living conditions better than anyone ever will. You will not succumb to foul habits or become engaged with immoral conduct that may defile your character and leave you feeling degraded or tainted in any way. From this moment forth, your conscience is clear, and your conduct is in alignment with honorable standards and wise choices that will make you feel wholesome and refined. If you intend to live up to these standards, say, "I embrace and will keep these qualities." Enter a new phase. I want to reiterate some of the words, phrases, and ideas that were presented to you throughout this book, all of which are firmly rooted in your subconscious and will be easily recalled. Believe as you will and do as you believe. Professionalism, the true document, the self, the mind, the source, the core, unique phenomenon, impressible suggestions, exceptional abilities, and indisputable affirmation. Are you in agreement that you have encountered the presence of each of these words and phrases? Would you also agree that they are intricate components of your subconscious and that it was very easy for you to remember reading them in this book? Each of these components has made a profound impression on your subconscious, and you will always remember the contexts in which they were presented. Using the force of repetition to reinforce all of these suggestions, they have solidified and are now ever working in your mind to do what will allow you to accomplish whatever you set out to achieve. Wield this power. We will now enter a new phase of enlightenment, one that is more sophisticated and designed to create a mental zone or cognitive matrix that will develop and evolve into a subjective format of your ideal world. In this procedure, you are to envision everything the way you would have it if you were to establish the world as you desire. You are the coordinator, the director, the dictator, and the supreme master of every functionality and stature that governs the systems of your ideal world. Do not think of this concept as unrealistic, but rather as an imminent and realizable process. You are preparing yourself to wield this power as your bounden duty and to take control of everything with resolute authority. To be this superior being with such sovereign power, you must build up this concept in your mind and mentalize yourself in this position. Begin by perceiving your current stations and situations, and think about how and what you can do to make changes that will cause you to feel yourself ascending into that state of sublimity. Start with slight changes and new ideas on how you can make things better, whether physical conditions or how they function, and you will get to work on making these changes immediately. If you are consistent with this process, you will notice minor changes becoming significant changes and find that your circumstances and status have been greatly improved to a state much more suitable to your ideal world. Thus, the world will start to conform to your unique phenomenon and find its essence bowing to your mindset. Your regular or normal view of your life and perception of the world is old and extremely outdated. Therefore, you will now take a new perspective of yourself, one that allows you to extend your capabilities, the capacity of your activities, and cloak your mind with new activities and envisages that will propel you into a better, more creative, and less restricted reality. You can see the changes that must be made, and you are urging yourself to make these changes. When you do, you will feel the liberation and control that come with these modifications. With this liberation, you will aspire to continue making changes until everything is aligned with your executive position. Having dominion over your circumstances and absolute governance over the stations you find yourself adhering to is the first glimpse of the world you will dominate and master. Through this process, you will proliferate your authority and power to change the structure and function of all external entities and principles of functionality. How you envisage your future is the causative factor of your potential to reconstruct the world as you desire it to be. However, you must devise the ideal matrix through which this process may be developed and achieve manifestation. Of course, you must become advantageously educated and considerably knowledgeable. That is, you must be willing to take on the forces that will challenge your position and gain dominance over them to enforce your authority. This may sound like it is more of a challenge than you are willing to embrace, but you will see that once you accept it and begin to make those necessary changes, it will become a natural process, and you will be closer to your goal than you expected in a short time. The key is to take the initiative, to accept the idea as your own, and then allow it to make its way around your conscious and subconscious mind. From here, your mind will take over, and all you will have to do is be the vessel that it uses to get you there. There is no limit to what your mind can do if you plant a seed and allow it to germinate. Sometimes, all you have to do is believe, have faith, and leave it alone, and before you know it, you will be doing all kinds of things that will propel you toward your achievement. Accelerantly. In addition to all these great suggestions, your mental capacity will increase. You will advance faster and more effectively, produce creative ideas quickly, and formulate strategies that will carry you to your highest levels of success expeditiously. I must state that those who set their beliefs in defeated suggestions such as "I cannot" or "that is too difficult" are absorbed by those notions and must learn to release them and become thoroughly acquainted with the phrase "I can" and "I will." Many who were afflicted with the faulty belief of having a physical disability have freed themselves by saying and thinking constantly, "I can and I will be whole and sound in body and mind." You must trust that whatever you think can become a true and real reality for you. Therefore, think constantly, "I can and I will do what I believe." I now want you to repeat this phrase. I can, I can, I can, I can, I will. To be incapable of achieving any desire and to alleviate every doubt is an abominable but remediable aberration, which you will quickly rectify. I want you to say aloud, all of the suggestions I embrace will be permanently fixed, imprinted, and engraved in my subconscious mind. They will remain active, empowering, and present, So with very little effort, without even thinking much about them, I and my entire spirit and body will use them effectively to my benefit. I must now assure you that 100 to 500,000 times a day, you will be performing and completing significant activities and objectives that will cause you to excel rapidly into your executive position. Since you have purposefully acquired these facts, the incentive function of your mind will be regularly inclined to pursue and carry out these subjective impulses. You can and will now receive valuable things and accomplish any desire or objective you bring yourself to accept and engage, and neither doubt nor inability of any kind will enter your mind or interfere with your mental and physical capacity to do so. Thus, the activities of your newly developed subconscious will do all that is necessary to charge and boost your faith and belief system to their maximum capacity and greatest abilities. These will rapidly strengthen and mechanize the physical essence and functionality of your brain and every aspect of your body, making you more able to perform a variety of tasks with minimal mentation or physical labor. This means that you will come to employ the components and faculties of your environment to function and carry out objectives in accord with your executive orders. You carry within yourself the implements of these powers, and the results you receive will be the realization of your own faith. These suggestions are merely the agents used to instill these truths in your mind. You are henceforth the pilot of your destiny, and you must take yourself to your highest apex of achievements by sheer force of will and determination. Hour by hour and day by day, you are ascending, moving closer to your desired state, and you have but to believe in these suggestions, your mental power, and your subconscious will to manifest in action. The freedom of true sovereignty. Every achievement is the result of belief in action, extending your thoughts to assess realities and commanding those realities to bring about the desired effects as you will them to be. Only when you gain supreme authority and absolute control over your mindset will these realities comply 100% with your command. This means you will have to acquire and assume positions or stations that give you precedence and allow you to facilitate all the proceedings of your dealings to manifest your desired effect. To establish these binding realities, you must assert authority and command the freedom of true sovereignty to set yourself in a position of real power. Suggest I can and I will, and feel the force of these words become implements of power with dynamic action. To assert that you can and will motivates the incentive to move in faith and cause desired realities to come into being. These beliefs release the potential present in all existing phenomena, which, possessing miraculous endowments, can execute preternatural acts. The real power of the mind dwells within the subconscious, where every thread in the texture of the mind is illuminated with miraculous potential. The conscious mind is the surface of immediate thoughts and ideas, while the subconscious mind formulates and contains the deep underlay of inner secrets to your true nature and the power of your being. The subconscious mind is purposefully activated only when the conscious mind is diligently searching and in need of solutions for extraordinary acts. For instance, if I say the word pyramid, you may envision a structure consisting of a rectangular base and 4 triangular faces, culminating into a single apex, serving as a massive monument found in Egypt. However, if I ask you to explain how these massive structures were devised and constructed, your conscious thoughts must call on the subconscious to pull up what information it has on this subject and determine whether it can actually formulate the algorithms to fathom and answer this great conundrum truthfully. As you can see, the mind is its very own active system equipped with information of audio and visual memories, all being used or should be being used to devise and accomplish exceptional ideals. With everything from numbers, alphabets, mathematics, physics, religion, solar systems, biology, and animals, to your individuality and everything in your environment, your mind is working and using all of this information to do whatever it is you order it to accomplish. The relation between your mind and the universe is that of a scientist to an atom, one being the apperceptive analyzer and technical decipherer, and the other the object of phenomena containing valuable information that may be procured and found to be useful to the insistent inquisitor. You must be one or the other, and I wisely suggest you take the position of the former, meaning you are to discover and perceive all things with a divine objective in mind, your higher being. There is a saying, it is better to be outside of the box than it is to be inside the box, meaning if you are intricately involved with the activities and entities of life, you will become more aware of your environment and not so oblivious to all that exists, and may be discovered by observing and experimenting with the universe. Getting out and discovering the entities and activities of life is how you become knowledgeable and will gain all that you need to excel and transcend into your higher being. I will now assert that you are knowledgeable and comprehensively aware of everything that is and happens in your environment, and that you easily contrive ideals and manipulate the systems, entities, and forces of the universe to build and establish sublime realities that will fortify your life and essence in the most purposeful manner. Now I want you to really ponder what you are about to read so that your subconscious will reset and program itself with these enhanced features. You will transcend into that higher being of advanced intelligence and realize yourself as a truly divine being with preternatural powers and abilities that are extraordinarily prodigious. All of your physical counterparts and intellectual faculties are acting independently of volition to enhance their capabilities and become more vivifying. In every part of your essence, you are mechanically transmuting into a new being, a more superior and divine presence with minimum physical and cognitive limitations. You will soon master the algorithms and structural components of functionality and use them to create that ideal matrix that will bring you into a state of true sublimity and autonomous sovereignty. And of course, your thoughts regarding this are simply, I can, I will. Psychical energy. You do not and cannot doubt or reject these grandiose ideals as they are innate and within your nature, which is inclined to perfect and fully transmute your entire essence. Indeed, you will come into this higher being you are suggested to become. You should not think this is not possible, only that you will fulfill this goal and fully embody this divine essence. Anything that goes against these suggestions, your subconscious will immediately and completely dismantle and dispossess. You must acknowledge and embrace the fact that you are a free and creative being, and that you will begin to perceive your innate forces inciting events that will exhibit your divine abilities. Believe as you will and do as you believe. In this, every achievement lies in the power and acts of suggestion, and indeed it is through your belief and acts towards every suggestion that this power is activated and incites the process of manifestation. You are a superlative force of the universe, and all things will respond to your psychical energy, whether spiritual or physical, to be accordant with your purpose and objectives. There is a tremendous buildup of psychical energy in every being that employs the articles of creation. All of the elements and faculties that are essential to complete the process of your objectives will be made available when you exert your creative force upon the presence of the universe. This is the power of your mindset, gauged for the potential incitement of all phenomena. Possible is the word that will not only be firmly rooted and grow rapidly in your subconscious, but will be reiterated to your conscious mind as you commit yourself to these meaningful activities. For what is possible or has come to be through possibilities was and will always be the result of psychical energy. Your psychical energy will now amplify and greatly influence all entities and forces to move in accord with your mindset and subconscious algorithms. Trusting this, you will not fear anything. You will simply be calm and in harmony with the energies and functionality of the universe. However, you must remember that you are the superior force and sovereign being that will order, control, and give purpose to their functions and activities. I am merely revealing to you that you are a supremely intelligent being that can and will master your creative force. Touch the center of this page if you believe and accept these truths. Highest achievement. Now that your subconscious is in possession of and loaded with all of these great suggestions, You may be wondering about the matrix I mentioned that will allow you to forge and become your ideal being and how you will construct such a complex apparatus. The universe, as we have come to know it, is composed of innumerable systems and multifold components. All of these systems came into existence and are continuously reconstructed through the process of eventualities and newly developed matrices, which are invoked through the natural events of nature or intelligent beings. Intelligent beings incessantly use their psychical energy to contrive the conveyance of nascence for all things that come into existence. We know that harnessing and wielding the power of creation is indubitably possible, and that what may be envisioned can very well be manifested and realized. This includes supremely complex and unimagined entities formed by the mind of any number of living beings. The force of creation itself is uncurbed and boundless, as we know by observation, and all that has been constructed by the mechanical contrivance of the human mind, apparatus of many kinds, purposes, and functions, was manifested by the empathic presence and psychical will of such conscious beings. This brings us to your supreme purpose, which I said I would express in a later passage of this book. I refer to this purpose as your state of divinity. There are two ways of achieving your most divine essence or state of divinity, possessing the empathic presence of psychical will. 1. You can rely on your preternatural presence to achieve a state of mental clarity that will cause you to become one with the essence and cognitive energy of the universe and use this force to transcend and transmute. Or 2, you can use the implements, ideas, and engineers of science and technology to construct an apparatus that will allow you to achieve your ideal nature through the material aspects of the universe. What this means is that although your entire essence and presence came through a complex network of many systems and supremely unique matrices that subsequently brought you into existence without you having any input into what and how you would be, you can, through the presence of knowledge, awareness, and intelligence, gain control over these complex networks to recreate your state of being. With this information, you are truly enlightened and may develop the cognitive capacity to become supremely intelligent. You must learn everything about these complex systems and construct and program them to create a matrix that will manifest your essence as you desire it to be. Indeed, this is the ideal feat and highest achievement of all universal beings of real intelligence, and now it is your supreme objective to resolve this great conundrum. This great enlightenment I bestow is that of perceiving and understanding the many systems of the universe and their functionality, and utilizing them to accomplish the most exceptional feat. Believe and embrace this, and you will learn how to create your divine matrix and cause your subconscious mind to develop in accord with this superlative objective. Assiduous undertaking. If you still your mind, you will notice manifold dimensions of repetition. All things are doing what they do repetitively, from day to night, step by step, and thought to thought. All of these are part of an integrated system that constitutes the dynamics of functionality. With your divine ability to manipulate, order, and construct these systems, you will put everything in its respective position, piece by piece, to create the functionality that will manifest and build the ideal matrix, which you will enter and emerge as a new and more sublime being. Understanding how the systems and components of this matrix will work is the assiduous undertaking of those who wish to develop and perfect this unfounded idea. I present this objective to those truly intelligent beings who are willing to synthesize these special systems to function methodologically towards a specific purpose suitable to their own unique being. These intelligent beings know that they must observe and experiment, constantly looking for consistency and inconsistencies in these systems to engineer them to adhere to desired specifications. Such are the minds of engineers, technicians, scientists, and inventors who want to enhance and make what they are working on more utilitarian and in line with the greatest advancements. My point is that you must be attentive in your scrutiny of every system involved with your objectives. You are to observe everything meticulously and inquisitively, noticing how they function. Finally, you must learn how to use these systems to construct your divine matrix. Through repetition, We either become better at doing something effectively or experience worse conditioning through erroneous practices. For instance, have you ever tried saying the alphabet backward from Z to A? Indeed, at first, it will not be as easy as saying it from A to Z because you have learned to memorize it in that order through repetition. However, if you practice saying it in reverse, you will come to master it just the same. Similarly, if you listen to a song repeatedly, you will soon know the lyrics and rhythm word for word and find yourself singing along in perfect unison. As for those worsening conditions, if a person smokes cigarettes several times a day, it is likely that this person's health will decline. Or if a person is not self-disciplined and does nothing constructive to increase their mental abilities, physical strength, or living conditions, then this individual's life will not be as fulfilling and pleasant as that of someone with a strong presence of self-discipline and lofty ambitions. By studying the process of repetition in any system thoroughly, you will come to know its most intricate components and their unique functions. You may then acquire the knowledge and ability to manipulate them as you wish. But first, you must understand the systems you are currently operating under and what functions you are performing repetitively to sustain and maintain them. You should trust that what you are doing will produce something that will either enhance your purpose for a definitive objective or form the structure of a matrix conducive to your ideal state. Indeed, to persist in this manner, your actions and thoughts must be productive, and your ideas must be rightly posed and extraordinarily endowed with resolute belief. You must have perfect control over your mind until it is free of all misapprehension and confusion. From one moment to the next, your mind and body must work together as an efficient and well-organized system capable of devising, constructing, and doing anything you are determined to do. This system you are constructing must be proactive, functioning at a high capacity of productivity, and powerful enough to manifest realities of the most exquisite nature. This will be your most assiduous undertaking, your true purpose. Through repetitive study of the most consequential subjects, you will build a powerful system of intellect and come to possess the knowledge and abilities required to perform those exceptional feats considered by average minds to be impossible or far too difficult to achieve. By making your system truly unique with the most superb ideals, and working diligently to ensure that its purpose is among the greatest in the universe, you will know that you are one of the universe's divine beings, with the superlative ability to create and manifest grandiose realities. This is the beginning of your true understanding of existence and your true purpose in this magnificent reality we call life. Becoming the greatest force in the universe, knowing all there is to know about yourself and the systems of life, and using every aspect of knowledge to manifest your presence as a sublime being are the greatest suggestions you will ever attain and set out to realize. This is the greatest enlightenment and sublime suggestion. These suggestions and exceptional ideals will penetrate deep into your subconscious and activate those powers, abilities, and creative forces that are linked to all universal phenomena. Remember, the ultimate objective is to implant suggestions into your mind that will settle into your subconscious to make you smarter, stronger, autonomous, and more or less whatever you desire to be or not to be. With these words, phrases, and ideas, you have built up your mindset with the belief that you are able to actualize your desires, and you have gained the confidence and motivation to achieve or acquire whatever you seek. You will see that your abilities are becoming more effective and capable with every objective you complete. You will notice your ideas and comprehension are more profound, your body is gaining strength and health, and you are attracting many things you desire. You now understand that your brain is such a powerful system that it can learn the integral functions of all universal systems and how they are to be used. When instructing your mind to comprehend and utilize these systems toward a determined objective, it will do so with the highest degree of efficiency. You are building a system that will be developed with precision, have a dynamic level of activity, and produce the most productive functions for you to establish your greatest ideals. This system you are building will have self-enhancing mechanisms that will naturally develop new components, give every part of your being incredible strength, and make your entire essence virtually infallible. To be sure, I will clarify and tell you that you are transmuting and preparing yourself to transcend into a loftier realm of ordinance and cognitive enrichment. You will become more conscious of your divine presence and begin to realize your omnipotence and just how extraordinary your abilities truly are. As you accept these truths and begin to live in precise accord with these ideals, you will receive the entire universe with everything in it as an entity designed to assist you in all your endeavors and the manifestation of your most grandiose ideals. As the universe acknowledges you as a superlative being of supreme intelligence, you must, in turn, acknowledge it as an integrated system with innumerable agents and faculties designed to fulfill one purpose: to accommodate and aid you in all you do without contemptuousness. Part 5. Breaking the habit of faulty ideals. If you think in positive terms, you will achieve positive results. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, in Subservience to You, the presence of your being is so relevant to the existence of the universe that it has been developing the matrix that created you long before you became aware of your presence. It has anticipated your command and control over its functionality from the moment of your conception. Though most living creatures, both incognizable and intelligible, may never become aware of the truths you now possess or do with their existence what is suggested in this book for intelligent beings to do, you may very well be one of the few selected elite to be enlightened enough to transcend into this grandiose state of divinity I am revealing to you. Those who are not aware of these truths are operatives, subservient to the laws and systematic processes of the universe, which is now resolutely in subservience to you. You will come to know the universe and its many systems intricately and learn to use them purposefully toward a definitive objective. And indeed, there is much you must and will learn and fathom to achieve this truly remarkable accession of divine power. Absolute belief in the pursuit of self-actualization is the supreme idea required to engender this unique phenomenon, but you must come to know your greatness and embrace the fullness of your divine presence. The power in what you can do or accomplish is truly astonishing, yet realistically fathomable only when the mind is consciously and intelligently guided and actively engaged in the subjects and objectives relevant to its ideal purpose. A definitive mindset is key for such divine objectives, as it brings together the forces and elements that must cohere to construct what is to be manifested. Whether it is a painting created by a child on a large canvas, or the making of a sophisticated matrix that will bring you into the fullness of your ideal state, everything that requires nascence must come through the thoughts and actions of a concentrated mindset. There is no force greater or more present in life than an intelligent and self-conscious mind that knows its divine purpose and is capable of devising and constructing its most sublime ideal. By its own thoughts and actions, a mind developed through these suggestions may order everything in the universe to reflect its ideals and cause the universe to form the realities of whatever that mind believes and contrives subjectively. Indeed, the universe has a natural reflex to your thoughts and responds with extreme urgency to your divine presence. For all that you experience is contained solely within your being, and without you, nothing may possess a true state of existence. You must embrace the fact that the universe is experiencing your divine presence and will always build and establish itself around your thoughts, desires, and aspirations. Every mind attracts and shapes its own universe with all of its experiences, and nothing can happen in that universe except what each mind resolves to positively believe and do. To realize this truth is to accept the reality of divine law, the law of true phenomena, which knows only to create and be what the truly divine and powerful mind commands things to be. Every conscious being's universe starts out abstract, and by the power and force of one's mind, that universe becomes vivified in the very nature in which the mind synthesizes. In this manner, all things in the universe are forged and established, and the mind that finds its own unique and exceptional characteristics of life will make its universe whatever it desires and wills it to be. Your divine rule. You must not be swayed or overpowered by the circumstances of any existing realities, for they may only affect and rule over your presence if you lack the cognitive power to master their functionality and allow them to have dominion over your mind. Simply know that you must not submit to the outward universe and its undesired circumstances and conditions, and realize that you are its unconditional master. You must embrace the fact that you can and will make it succumb to your divine rule. Indeed, this truth applies to every being, entity, force, and functionality of the universe. Now you will receive and sustain these suggestions with indisputable affirmation, allowing them to grow in your mind, body, and spirit impetuously. Trust that you are the complete and total spirit of life, infused with divine power, an assertive being of great intelligence, and an ever-expanding and creative force with unlimited potential. As you believe, so it must be. To think highly is to achieve greatly, and limitations belong solely to those who create doubt and envision obstacles that invoke fear on their path to success. When such obstacles do manifest themselves, they will always fall away into a powerless state of nothingness before those who are ardent and adamant in the fruition of their goals. Remember, nothing may hinder those who know and believe in what they are pursuing. No matter how strenuous the obstacle, relentless the power of an entity, or objectionable the force of any opposition, every earnest desire and heartfelt aspiration is willed to actuality by the diligent, faith-filled spirit. Now, within you is where the universe desires to build such faith, aspirations, ideals, and extraordinary abilities by delivering this enlightenment and removing every element of self-doubt or unbelief from your mind. I would like you to toy with the idea of inciting a phenomenon. Think of its presence and the details that would comprise every part of its essence. Now consider creating this ideal. Do you believe it is possible to achieve this reality, or is doubt the dominant force in your mind, blocking the potentializing energy of your faith-filled spirit? At this moment, you possess the spiritual, mental, and physical energy to build and establish a station and environment that reflects your idea of what your life should consist of, from the design of the facilities you will devise to everything you will have within, including all of their functioning activities. You must realize that everything you do from this moment forth will contribute to the construction of this idea and lead you to these veritable realities. All you have to do for now is believe and state that you will build and establish these ideals within and uphold them as you empower your will. Surely, you will begin to work with these truths, and the universe will start to bring those things required to assist with your manifestation through your mindset. There are times when the universe may do everything for you, and you will find yourself in the midst of receiving those realities you desire. However, it usually requires that you work and strive to earn these things so that you will know the true power of your mind and come to value and appreciate your divine abilities. This new mindset, if you truly believe in your power, you will notice things happening automatically that align with this new set of ideals and come together much more efficiently for you. Everything you do will be elaborate yet completely understood by you. The process by which you reach your goal will be clear and fully distinguished, enabling you to perfect every step with unambiguous conciseness. You will come to understand every mystery that enters your mind and resolve every issue pertaining to your objectives with focused ingenuity. You now realize that every objective has a solution, a functional process through which every reality may be realized. With these great suggestions, there is no limit to what you may aspire to accomplish. This new mindset will grow into the most sophisticated network, enhancing your status and elaborating your stations with all that you desire. However, you must continue to develop and empower your belief system and assure yourself that all of these suggestions are legitimate forces with actual validity. Influenced by these exceptional and inspiring ideals, your thoughts and responses to all situations will be proactive. As you will see, it is merely a matter of using your divine abilities proficiently to manipulate the universe's entities, forces, and systems to produce the results you desire with every objective you set out to realize. These are your thoughts, and through them, the new dimensions of your reality will unfold, infusing each of these truths into your belief system and causing you to move toward your new state of being. To be truly autonomous, there must not be any object of limitation or force of resistance that may interfere with your objectives. Knowing this, you must advance with the faith and superlative power of a truly sovereign and divine being. However, to embody this power, you must embrace deep learning. Master your thoughts, perfect your system of functionality, and pursue and maintain the process of enhancement. You must constantly devise and upgrade your stations and work incessantly on those objectives that are most significant to your existence. This mindset is specifically reserved for those who desire to transcend and evolve beyond their preformed nature. Since the mind is not regularly trained and influenced to believe that it has the power to transmute into the presence of one with the highest degree of knowledge and supreme power, it never attempts to do so, thus forfeiting its divine abilities. Transcending. If one does not know of a world where electricity has been facilitated, where the greatest technological advancements are common devices, and where the most exceptional achievements are often disregarded and quickly become obsolete, then this mind cannot envision and may never fathom such profound phenomena from its obscure perspective. So too are the minds of this world that cannot perceive the universe in its true form, which is a miraculous producer of phenomena set for reshaping and molding by its most industrious beings. It is time to evolve and enter your next stage of enlightenment. If we have learned anything true of ourselves, it is that we can shape, forge, construct, fathom, and manifest realities that are truly phenomenal, and realize that we have created a realm that allows us to thrive as superlative beings within a multidimensional universe. You must not be overly influenced or excessively involved with the conventional ideals and bindings of society, for to do so will cause a great defect to your mental abilities and prevent you from acquiring an autonomous stature. Society is bound to disabling entities with many absurd legalities, and it is constantly under strict regulations regarding the extent to which one may express his or her creative potential. A sovereign being works impetuously to avoid and remain above such legalistic formalities and attain true autonomy. Of course, you must live in the world, but you must, in this state and time, discover ways to avoid becoming overly involved or negatively affected by its baneful practices. Few are masters of their destiny or constructors of their environment. Most are prone to experience and undergo what society sets forth for them to live by and remain accustomed to. Many of society's ideals are inane and devoid of sublime objectives. There are no grandiose feats presented for human evolvement or transcendental achievements, which deprives and diminishes the true power of our divine abilities. These limitations must and will be subdued, and no force or entity assuming power or authority will have the power to interfere with or prevent your transcendence. You will become a superior being with a mind greater than all forces, strategically dominating every entity that establishes itself as a predominant overseer. If an entity is not completely conducive to your life or does not aid in the fruition of your definitive objective and instead strives to subdue you or limit your development, this entity must be dismantled, or you must discover ways to avoid its effects on your presence. This suggestion is meant to help you realize that you are not to be overpowered or disregarded as an inferior being, but acknowledged as a superlative being of great intelligence and divine power. You are to be educated in this manner and brought to understand that you are a supernatural presence and the full essence of a phenomenon with the same miraculous potential as that exhibited and demonstrated by the universe. However, transcending into your greater being will not be an easy task, for your mind is presently set to worldly ideals and ideas that are for the world you live in instead of the phenomenon in which you are ever more present. This you will change. These truths, you are just learning to think and believe beyond conventional ideals. You are beginning to embrace divine truths that are truly exceptional and more inclined to reveal your true being. You believe these truths will cause you to transcend into your greater essence, and you have faith in these great ideals. Your mindset is new, as are your beliefs, and this indicates that your mind is evolving and your entire essence will follow. You will control your circumstances and establish events as you desire. The universe will align with your divine objective, and phenomena will find nascence through your faith and become inspired by your ideals. All of this leads to your autonomous state, making you a free being of extraordinary abilities that are supersensible to the innate characteristics and nature of the universe. If you see a shooting star, people working, a tree blooming, or galaxies light years away, you will know their purpose and feel and comprehend their nature. Becoming one with the universe requires letting go of the world, placing your thoughts far beyond the earth, high above the solar system, and embracing that moment as an infinite reality that belongs solely to you. In this divine space, a phenomenon has received nascence and, if desired, can reform or elaborate its presence. You are this phenomenon. Being that you are greater than that which you unerringly comprehend, you are to create functionality around those things that will enhance your essence and perpetuate your existence. This divine knowledge is not for the feeble-minded, for it demands a belief system and mindset that allow you to perceive all things in their true nature and understand the tremendous and strenuous effort required to pursue and achieve such an audacious objective. This theoretical system I have proposed is to be constructed through the knowledge and wisdom of science, technology, and transcendentalism, wherein lie the intricate components of the phenomena of the universe and all that it entails. From the quantum physics and mechanics of the physical parts of the universe to the immaterial essence of their spiritual presence, the entire concept of life and existence is to be fully deciphered, rightly understood, and elaborately constructed according to one's existential discretion. And surely, only a truly divine being can be of like mind to such a grandiose asseveration and make earnest strides towards the attainment of divinity. In this sublime suggestion, I am asserting, in all faith, a feat of true existence in which you will be omnipotent, omniscient, and truly self-actualized. Great indeed is this suggested objective, yet will you extinguish all doubt and tap the center of this page to exercise your faith and pursuit of this sublime ideal. However, if these suggestions are too extreme for your belief system and cognitive capability, then you should focus more on your intellectual development and the realities of your present situation. Though you may remain limited and subject to the powers and ideals of the world, with the suggestions you do accept from this book, the world will be your oyster, and you will still possess the power to accomplish many exceptional feats that others may find truly extraordinary. Life beyond. Now, to the extremist who desires to know life beyond the knowledge of the world and is striving to transcend and fathom all the mysteries of the universe, I will further your understanding of these truths and continue to build your faith for your pursuit of these divine ideals. Since you have purposefully acquired these facts, the incentive function of your mind will be regularly motivated to pursue and carry out the objectives necessary to advance the process of this extraordinary goal effectively. To live is to receive an infinitude of experiences that are consolidated into one grandiose ideal, your life, a reality in which you will exist and adhere to either knowingly or unknowingly. Consequently, through every experience you encounter, there are added structures of realities that will contribute to the forging of what your life and universe will consist of, and how those realities will function for you and affect your life. In every moment and with every action or interaction you encounter, there is a modification being made to your mindset and destiny, and it is your understanding of these activities that is of great significance and is to be thoroughly monitored. Advancing and transcending into what you hope to be is to be rightly understood, and to cause this transition, you must remain true to your ideal purpose. What this means is that you are to be meticulous with how you are developing what you envision subjectively and how you are to perceive the activities and entities of the universe, ordering them to adhere to a specific design of functionality. This cognitive process will always lead to the construction of realities you will experience, whether they are intelligently and intentionally devised and established, or consequently developed by events manifested through the cause and effect of unconscious actions. Whatever the realities of your life, it is this process that brought about your current state of being and will bring about the structure of your future state. Envision and create. From one mind, a sophisticated technological device is created. From another, a technology company is established. And from yet another, a complex city of technocracy is developed. This is to say that the mind is no simple matter, but rather a thinking machine with the capacity to envision and create whatever it aspires to realize. The heights or depths to which the mind may exceed in any subject are fascinating, and the many exceptional accomplishments that minds have pushed themselves to achieve are truly extraordinary. Even now, your mind is modifying its cognitive process, reconstructing its belief system, and changing your destiny by simply reading these words. Again, it must be emphasized that every reality affects the process of your life, and how you come to perceive and adapt to these realities is of the greatest importance. It must also be understood that limitations are the consequence of invalid suggestions and false implications, as opposed to inspiring suggestions that would otherwise empower the mind to embody exceptional beliefs and encourage its unlimited potential. To push beyond the boundaries of human accomplishments and transcend the conventional ideals of the human mind, you must think and believe in terms of the universe. This means you must come to fathom more than what is commonly or scientifically perceived of the universe and discover new ways to manifest and facilitate phenomena. To enhance your cognitive capabilities, instruct your brain to increase the energy of its neurons and the productivity of all its activities. This command will cause your mind to be more alert, more responsive, and more proactive in protecting and healing your entire essence while realizing unfathomed ideals. This objective is valid as long as you understand that you are the master of your mindset and that all of its activities are produced by your conscious thoughts. Believe and know that you are in total control of all the functions of your brain, and that to control the universe, you must first learn to order and control your thoughts and master the accurate application of these thoughts to the entities and activities in your environment. It is far more conducive to your life and future to read a book on physics or technology than to watch degrading reality shows on television or read a book about the world's biggest hamburger. The truly powerful mind is concerned solely with building and strengthening its cognitive infrastructure and avoids all nonsensical and frivolous activities. This is the solemn path of the true seekers of enlightenment and those in earnest pursuit of their highest grade of self-actualization. Their path is clear of all inane subjects, activities, and objectives, and their mental focus is as precise as the measurements that align the stones of the Great Pyramid. Such minds cannot be distracted, and all of their endeavors are indubitably inevitable. Your mind is now such a force and will be just like those minds described here in this next paragraph. Extravagantly grandiose. Moving forward, you are in full control of all circumstances involving the status of your being, and you will have the most influence over every event and consequence of your destiny. Thinking about this, you may at first feel nervous. Having absolute power and control over one's own life and the lives of others is sometimes more than most people can handle. However, there is confidence in you that wants and needs opportunities like these to express and reveal your cognitive abilities, allowing you to overcome every reality that presents a great and bold challenge for you to prevail. Remember, your subconscious is already working with the greatest diligence to put you in the best position to master the problems and challenges of life effectively. Therefore, all that is required to advance and prevail is your faith and trust in your belief system, knowing that no matter how difficult a situation may appear, you will achieve the results you most desire. These beliefs will penetrate deep into your subconscious and activate those powers, abilities, and creative forces linked to all universal phenomena. You will find that you are truly autonomous and extremely proficient at putting all things in their proper position with great efficiency. The more faith you exert in those situations you want to influence, the more power you will have to do so. Indeed, the universe is a mysterious phenomenon. Therefore, having been granted this terrific opportunity to take part in the events of this sublime occurrence, your mind should be enthusiastically devising something extravagantly grandiose to exist within this grand matrix, knowing that this creative force is your divine right. The key to this unusual privilege is gained by acquiring divine knowledge and comprehending the dynamic forces behind the mysteries of this phenomenon. You should know that all mysteries are solvable, and to every objective, there is a methodological resolution, a process through which all things are possible and may achieve nascence. You must not be content with the reality of merely existing, but continually enhance your presence, adding to your mindset the assurance that every achievement you fulfill will surpass the attributes of the last. Thus, you will continue to enhance your essence and acquire the power to manifest the phenomena you desire to will into existence. To be alive is grand, yet to be comprehensive of your supernatural presence and possess the power to manifest new realities. This is a divine ability that must be fully acknowledged and purposefully wielded. Exceptional insight. These suggestions will revamp the human mind and cause us to transcend and transmute into higher beings of sublimity. In this state, the presence of true intelligence and supreme sovereignty is formed. If we truly desire to achieve our highest state of existence, we can harness the power to become indomitable masters of the universe, controlling all forces, entities, and activities that constitute this great phenomenon we call life. We will no longer be disoriented creatures debating over government policies and conventional ideals that cause delirium in the minds of the masses. There are greater things occurring in the universe that we should know, understand, and be deeply involved with. Things that would grant us the right to exercise dominion over more realities than those we regularly observe and encounter on Earth. 1,000,000 years ago, in this very place where you presently exist, there was a phenomenal event. 1,000,000 years from now, in this same place, there will be another phenomenal event. In between these years, you were given a unique and divine presence with exceptional insight and potentiality, a phenomenal event in itself. Your belief and faith in your life are sustained by the suggestions you receive, and your acceptance or rejection of these suggestions will always produce the ideals and realities you live with, embrace, build, and empower. I have just stated that you have been given an extremely unique and divine presence with exceptional insight and potentiality. Now, I want you to acknowledge this insight and affirm your possession of these ideals. In order for you to achieve this divine state, these thoughts must first emerge into your conscious mind, prompting you to engage in activities that will allow you to realize greater realities of a more perfect essence, better stations, and a more advantageous life. While much still needs to be instilled into your subconscious, you are steadily progressing through the process and gaining the mental energy to fully embrace these truths. By embracing these ideals, you are learning to accept your true self, a unique phenomenon of intelligence, power, and divine abilities. You are beginning to see and enter the preternatural state of your divine presence and your ability to perform miracles. These truths will enhance your mental conditioning to a level that allows you to excel in all of your activities and endeavors with unwavering faith and profound dexterity. To cross over into dimensions where you are a true creator of life's most elaborate creations is what I advocate. You are a divine source of cognitive power with extraordinary abilities. If you are inclined to accept these truths as part of your belief system, tap the center of this page and say, "I am a sovereign being with supernatural powers, and I will use my powers to perform miracles and incite phenomena." The purpose of life. Through these teachings, a revolution will take place, provoking the reconstruction of common beliefs towards the fundamental and genuine purpose of life. Just as the harnessing of electricity transformed the conventional methods of the old world, shifting it to an era of vast production in electronics and technology, so too will the revelation and dissemination of these truths shift the ideals, purposes, and definitive objectives of human minds. moving from embracing and being preoccupied with fallacious standards and debilitating conditions to entering boundless dimensions of mental activities beyond our current awareness. These paradigms will shake the foundation of life as we know it and cause us to evolve rapidly into beings of greater intelligence with pursuits far more meaningful than those passed down by our ancestors. Faith in these assertions will bring you to the apex of your greatest wisdom, where divinity will suffuse your being with profound enlightenment and permeate your thoughts with all that is authentic and consistent with the proper formalities of all functionalities. This revelation is a truth that various schools of thought are currently investigating, aiming to reconcile conflicting theories and ideals of life. However, here in this book lies a certain body of facts on which the intelligentsia must agree, acknowledging our unprecedented opportunity to designate our true purpose and definitive objective in this great phenomenon. The mind is a boundless storehouse of ideals and information, recording every impression from our miraculous conception to every waking moment of our lives with the minutest accuracy upon our subconscious. These impressions collectively form the foundation of our minds, causing us to respond, often simple-mindedly, to these ingrained ideals in the most incongruous manner. To embrace the purest truths and render falsity a state of mental affliction is to escape the ignorance that corrupts and hinders the mind from receiving divine enlightenment to the true mysteries of life. Therefore, those who remain ignorant may never know and may encounter fates that ultimately prevent their transcendence. However, those who inquire and search for this knowledge may discover it and become supremely enlightened. If you believe in and practice these divine truths, you will transcend and live a life of true freedom with everlasting vitality. Be the possessor. Exceptional beliefs are the benefactions of great suggestions, leading to the actual manifestation of even greater realities. Have no doubt that you will prevail, becoming the very essence of all that you have believed in this book and transcending into the being I have depicted. By clearing your mind and achieving complete self-mastery, possessing willpower and mental stability, you cannot be ruled by outside forces. You will come to control and not be controlled. You will be the possessor, never possessed. You will be the great exemplar of all that you believe, never embracing or exhibiting anything that contradicts your ideals. The world is filled with iniquities, and the human mind is often misled to accept immoral and impaired ideals. Such ideals drastically affect the foundations of the mind, as those impressions are permanently imprinted upon the subconscious. The mind records with profound accuracy all that it encounters and accepts, pursuing what is most adamantly instilled into its belief system. In this manner, we first become what we are led to be, and then, with the knowledge we acquire, what we choose and will ourselves to be. For these reasons, you must be ever vigilant, scrutinizing all that is presented by the outside world and considering with extreme caution all that finds its way into your mind. The mind, being the most sacred entity, must be attended with extreme delicacy and formed to specifications that reflect cleverness and ingenuity. It is no mere object to be handled with uninspired ideas or treated arbitrarily. From the initial stages of cognitive apperception, a mind developed under a true state of intelligence trusts in suggestions that carry it into its ideal nature, adapts prudently to the world it resides in, and from there builds and ascends into realms and realities that are much more elaborate. Conversely, a misguided mind succumbs and descends into a world of unsophisticated realities and circumstances designed by those who are greatly inferior. Through the operation of habit, being repeatedly presented to the conscious mind, ideals thus form and realize themselves within the subconscious mind. In this manner, ideals are shaped and solidify the mind's purpose as it learns from the many experiences it encounters on its journey through life. Hence, we develop or fail to develop talents and abilities in many of the arts and fields of academics. You will now train your mind to exhibit faith in these concepts with ease. To perform miracles, the subconscious is powerful in ways unrealized yet ever present and active in all our thoughts and actions. For instance, if shown a painting of a beautiful mountain with a brilliant horizon, your eyes may only see the overall image and overlook the meticulous details, boisterously displaying an infinite array of flowers, trees, birds, and the endless variation of colors that your subconscious not only sees but collects, retains, and categorizes every centimeter and spectrum of color that painting illustrates. The mind is abounding and ever expanding with knowledge, yet we place upon it claims of limitations and disbelieve all declarations regarding its potential to perform miracles and incite phenomena. But here is a new mindset, one in which you will place all your faith and transcend with the dimensions and divine attributes of your mind. Indeed, we will enter into realities exceeding those of the world we have grown used to. From the beginning, I have been encouraging you to believe in these great suggestions, and from that time, you have come to accept these divine truths. You are prepared to enter your own state of autonomy and become the full essence of what you aspire to be or accomplish. You should not fear or be discouraged by thoughts of failure or any obstruction from external forces, but instead, draw into your essence the universal energies that invigorate and strengthen the vitality of all things. Your presence is of divine nature, and your mind is a force with the power to reform every aspect of your life. Although many realities may at times appear profoundly complex, with your astute perspective, you will discover they are more comprehensible than you might have expected. With this newfound faith in your divine presence, your power will extend to all the entities and forces of the universe, creating for you a unique matrix to manifest your greatest ideals. The greater your faith and belief in this process, the quicker these things will come together to assist and guide you through your transformation and your ability to acquire what you truly hope for. A grandiose. This brings us to a point of immense importance regarding the execution of curative suggestions. No concept presented to the mind can be realized unless the subconscious accepts, embraces, and pursues it. The majority of errors made by the human mind stem from neglecting this fundamental truth. If a person is told, "You can levitate," this statement is likely to be perceived as preposterous, and the individual may so grossly oppose this notion that acceptance becomes impossible. Due to a constant flow of diminutive ideals being delivered to the subconscious, this individual will automatically and completely reject the suggestion, affirm the disbelief, and consequently never attain the divine ability to initiate or realize such miraculous feats. Every concept that enters the mind, if fully accepted by the subconscious, is forged into reality and forms a permanent ideal within the character regarding that belief. To remedy every defect of the mind, one must accept and endeavor to reform the conceptual and cognitive development of the subconscious. Every faulty ideal must be replaced with ideas constructed of higher standards and beliefs that encourage strong convictions. This is the law by which the mind has always functioned and will forever operate. Any belief that is to be embodied requires complete acceptance. The subconscious must believe that what it thinks or desires to realize has or will come to exist. The acceptance of any idea is absolutely subject to manifest into an actual reality. Whether the idea originates in the subjective thoughts of an individual's mind or is presented by an outside entity or person, it undergoes the same process when presented to the subconscious. The subconscious, according to the established faith and beliefs, is obligated to either accept and realize the objective or reject and disregard those ideas as they develop through the process of mental observation. Given that the golden key to unlocking any and all realities is wholly that of the power of the mind must be equipped to meet the specifications of any ideal it fathoms and aspires to realize, thus giving it the potential to enter realms and realities of the most exquisite nature and functionalities. Such mentation is driven by the force of a definitive mindset, and all that it does is inevitably realized and achieves total fruition. If an idea to produce a flying car becomes a definitive aim in the mind of a wealthy entrepreneur, you can be sure that objective will be accomplished. Similarly, a scientist or technology revolutionist who aspires to create a corroborant or computer chip that enhances the mind's ability to learn efficiently or store information in the brain will devise the means by which this cognitive procedure will be accomplished, eliminating the need for the tedious process of studying. An infallible essence, to aspire and strive, creates the intellectual energy to make such ascensions possible, and accepting great responsibilities grants us the power to realize greater achievements. This is to say that if we fill our thoughts with sublime suggestions of becoming superior beings with exceptional ideals, supernatural abilities, an infallible essence, affluence, and a matrix devised of our own intelligence to carry us with perfect symmetry into an ideal state of being, these ideals will become realities capable of lifting us all into a higher state of being. The difficulty that has so frequently brought these ideals to naught is simply the omission of acceptance. The refusal to believe and set goals to attain these aspirations hinders and prevents the transition of our transcendence and condemns us to a circumscribed, inane life of repetitive activities consisting mostly of trivial attainments. The grander ideal is here expressed and illustrated for the coming of a new era in which we will become divine beings with godlike powers and abilities. Many have rejected this concept for fear of not wanting to think of themselves as gods or beings with power like that of a god. But such ignorance will pass, and this wisdom will prevail into a realization similar to that of the first planes moving through the skies, at a time when there was great disbelief that this marvelous ideal could abound to such glorious heights. Perspective is one of the unique attributes of your divine presence, as it produces thoughts according to the conditioning of your mind and perceives only in regard to how the mind is trained to think. Your perspective of your life and what you can accomplish is what you must consider with the deepest contemplation, along with the development of a mindset that will allow you to effortfully pursue and realize grandiose ideals. For instance, one man encounters another man standing in front of a construction site that was supposed to become a plaza, but for one reason or another, the builder of this would-be complex was not able to complete the job, a conclusion quickly deduced by both men upon seeing a large "for sale" sign on the gate of the secured site. When one man asks the other what his thoughts about the complex not having been completed were, he expresses his disappointment of having lost out on an opportunity to attain employment. The other man, on the other hand, was at that same moment pondering the possibility of purchasing the property for purposes more conducive to his advancement. In this example, you can see how different minds may consider all things differently, and how ideas about various realities are formed, reflecting the conditioning of an individual's mindset. For instance, the man searching for employment may very well become an employee of another's establishment once its construction is completed and begin fulfilling his purpose within that entity. As you can see, while one man's mindset is trained to seek assistance through the success and established functions of another man's achievements, the other has trained his mind to be self-sufficient, autonomous, and diligent in the pursuit of his most sublime ideals. The more observant, apprehensive, and shrewd your perspective, the better your ability to recognize your most advantageous and conducive opportunities in every situation. Implying concepts. As your mind begins to perceive and apply effort to the realities it apprehends, your life will take on new characteristics and carry out the tasks required to actualize your ideals. The plain fact is that all of your experiences are like tattoos. Your perspective on everything you encounter will not only determine how you act on them, but will also be permanently engraved into your subconscious, shaping your thoughts and how you will respond to future encounters. Psychologists often use the Rorschach test to draw out an individual's perspective of their thoughts through the images perceived on inkblot cards. Instead of seeing the cards as they are, white pieces of paper with ink blotches, people come up with ideas such as clouds, a bird, a butterfly, or some other image their minds erroneously produce due to their perspective. Indeed, it is important and essential to be creative and to possess a mind of great imagination, but we must first and foremost perceive things as they actually are before attributing concepts to them. We must recognize that a robot is a computer made up of wires, plastic, electronic components, and predetermined programming before we can refer to it as an artificially intelligent being. The same applies to government agencies. Before they can be acknowledged as systems of legalities, we must see them for what they truly are in their bare state: officious individuals imposing their ideals on those they conspire to regulate. It is through these individuals' perspectives that such realities acquire their functionality, and the masses, lacking divine knowledge and the wisdom to understand their sovereign presence and power to be autonomous beings, accept and willingly participate in and comply with the imposed ideals, laws, and standards. Or is this just my perspective on these realities? My goal is to help you see the infinitude of realities that every mind possesses and the influence that is transmitted from one individual to another through suggestion. How to keep your spiritual and mental energy fortified. Everything must be questioned, including, and most importantly, other people's suggestions. Ra-shieke, your key perspective. The way you view and think about something will result in either advantageous experiences conducive to your success or, due to an erroneous perspective, hinder your advancement. Creating a positive outlook on the world and everything you encounter requires an astute mindset that transcends the experiences presented to you, allowing discernment at every moment of your life. There is much to consider, especially with all that exists and is happening in the world, but what you give attention to and your perspective on those things should contribute to the betterment and success of your life. For instance, one person may see a marshland and think it a worthless piece of land with nothing of value. Another may envision an elaborate amusement park with numerous rides and grand entertainment. Yet another may see a natural habitat where many amazing creatures live and strive to preserve it, creating an elaborate kingdom where many can visit and experience this unique environment. It's all about how you discern what you perceive and process your thoughts on what you experience. If your thoughts are aligned with great ideals and true diligence, you will perceive things in serviceable, instrumental, and beneficial ways. However, if the conditioning of your mind is based on faulty beliefs, pessimistic thoughts, and debased ideals, then you will encounter a series of mishaps until you learn to perceive every experience correctly. If you acknowledge where you are right now and consider your perspective of your current situation, how do you view your life? Are you exactly where you want to be? Are you completely comfortable? Can you imagine yourself being somewhere more desirable? And what about your goals? Are you working and striving toward an ideal objective that will allow you to feel more accomplished? These questions are essential to your mindset and must be applied to your perspective of life incessantly. By regularly contemplating your perspective on your life, you will acquire the ability to assess your actions with greater precision and get the most out of your daily activities. This is where you must perform your greatest introspection and become much more aware of those realities that are not as obvious as those that easily attract your attention. Technology is a great consumer of people's minds, with all its programs and futuristic features luring and entertaining the world. However, how often do these people who are so consumed seek to learn and understand the technological functions of these powerful tools? It is easy for the creators of these programs to dictate what you are allowed to do with their systems, how you must respond to their programs, and how much you can accomplish using their services. Essentially, these creators can have such profound control over people's lives that consumers may feel and be enslaved, with little power to decide how to use those programs. However, if these fervent users spent more time learning the essential applications of these technologies, they could devise their own systems and possess the freedom to conduct the functions and services of these programs as they please. The greater idea is to have enough knowledge of these entities to create and devise them on your own accord, thus attaining a position of true autonomy. You are now aware that the power of perspective and the influence of suggestions are directing every mind toward many ideals, consisting of and producing many different realities. Thoughts of advancement. The focus is now on you to believe in many of these ideals and to use your perspective to determine their relevance and benefits. Constructing your mindset in this manner affords you greater opportunities to attract what you want or establish the realities you envision. And yes, you must be assertive and audacious, never doubting yourself or your divine abilities, for confidence in these is the golden key to every achievement. Without it, you may never begin the process of reaching a high state of self-actualization. To get things functioning in accord with your objectives, you have to perceive the necessary actions and take the initiative to put them in motion. It is through the incitement of an objective that the building blocks of realities are established, which means you must have a clear understanding and full knowledge of what needs to be done as these ideas develop within your mind and form the objectives for your success. The fact is, you are the maker of your mind, even if your mind is influenced by someone or something other than yourself. Even though it was initially shaped by the world you were born into, you now have not only the ability to form a new perspective and mindset, but also an obligation to create ideals that are greater than those you have been given. If you absolutely persuade yourself that you can accomplish a certain goal without faltering, truly believing in this objective, whatever it may be, you will do whatever must be done, however difficult it may appear or be. If you build your mind to avoid becoming like a loafer who believes themselves incapable of carrying out even the simplest task requiring the least amount of effort, you will achieve all that you aspire to be and achieve. Indeed, it is those individuals who think with thoughts of advancement and success who succeed and overcome every adversity and hardship, often making rapid progress. If they continue with these empowering thoughts even after facing difficulties, they will be even more successful as they prevail and advance in their endeavors. If you suggest to yourself that you are courageous, passionate, energetic, active, strong, confident, creative, intelligent, and filled with enough faith to challenge yourself to achieve any adventurous objective, you will see, know, feel, and believe that you truly are a divine presence equipped with all that you need to create and manifest your deepest desires. To doubt yourself or your divine abilities is to deny the gift and presence of life and all that it offers for your advancement as a creative being. The wisdom in the phrase, "believe as you will and do as you believe," guides us to the apex of our most sublime realizations. When we all acknowledge the definitive objective that this book explicitly expresses and reveals, with all its grand ideals intact, we will have achieved what all the forces, spirits, and entities of the universe have come to consummate. To assume a definitive purpose and live in exact accord with that ideal. To understand your circumstances, how they came about, and how to assess and modify them to your advantage. To maintain a positive mindset, adopt practical expectations, and acquire wholesome standards. To assure yourself that you will persevere through every hardship or endeavor until you prevail. To sustain confidence and a spirit of diligence, extinguishing every conception of fear or doubt, and to uphold and embody the sublime ideals attributed to the concept of God. This is the wisdom and mindset of a truly intelligent being in possession of the greatest enlightenment and sublime suggestions, vitality and divinity. To avoid and surpass every fatuous belief and absurd idea that deprives the mind of truth and power is to acquire a mind of intelligence and a life of true autonomy. It is for these essential reasons that you must develop your belief system to pursue and achieve something greater than what has been instilled into your subconscious by those emphatic individuals whose thoughts and ideas are accepted by the masses. I am earnestly emphasizing that within your divine presence, you have supernatural power that allows you to control and reform all the ideals you have been taught. You possess innate faith, a universal force, and a wealth of knowledge that grants you the power to perform miracles, cause the elements of nature to obey you, and recreate life on a universal scale. But you must search fervently, believing as you penetrate and tear down that great wall of faulty ideals blocking your view of this divine truth. This truth is that of your sovereign presence and divine power, which declares that if you transcend beyond that disingenuous wall of fallacious realities constructed by the erroneous thinkers of the world, you will discover and attain a superlative source of vitality and transmute into the omnipotent being I believe you will become. There will be no creation unknown or unavailable to you and your every thought will be an actualizing process of manifestation. All of this awaits within you, ready to be fully activated by the force of your belief and faith. These are the exceptional ideals I have been preparing your mind for, diligently planting and instilling these suggestions into your subconscious to build up your mindset for this critical process of acceptance. Truly, you will transcend if only you embrace these great suggestions and make those exceptional strides towards this sublime ideal. You must not allow anything or anyone to dissuade you, while trusting that all things are working to your advantage with this high-minded goal in mind. Indeed, it would benefit us all if we were to move as one unit to bring all of humanity to accept this exceptional idea of transcendence and realize the anomalous phenomenon we call life in its purest essence of vitality. And though that great wall of faulty ideals has kept us divided in many ways, we can all see the greater picture through this divine wisdom and possibly strive with great faith to accomplish this definitive aim. This is the vision we will all move towards, a vision that causes us to think with divine wisdom, imagine the greatest realities, and contemplate every science and mystery until we have acquired the knowledge to realize every exquisite reality we aspire to add to the phenomena of this ultra-diversified universe. With this superb ideal accomplished, there is no trivial end to which we will come to a state of discontent, as it is with worldly accomplishments. For gratification in the power to create boundlessly will be our constant delight, and what we create will reflect our image and give conviction to our divine presence. The full acceptance. These ideas of grandiose realities are not mere dreams or illusions devoid of truth and actual presence. Indeed, they are fully reflective of the fact that all realities are phenomena with ideal aspects present in their being, regardless of their form and nature. It is through the existence of these realities that we come to determine what we and all things are or will be. And why not consider the most sublime, the most divine, and the highest form of all intelligent beings in this exceptional reality we have come to embrace? Should we not attempt to master and transcend beyond this miraculous phenomenon to which we have found ourselves confined? This idea is now in the subjective mind of everyone who has read this book, and each of you will begin working on this divine objective, first subconsciously and then on a fully conscious practical level. Now that you have purposefully infused your mind with these great suggestions, your conscious mind will lay the foundation on which you will compound these ideals with the essential tasks required to realize this great transcendence. You will begin to access realms more elaborate and viable to your existence. Here is an example. Your transcendence is equivalent to a poor man hoping to attain the life and status of an extremely wealthy man. The realities and realms in which these different dimensions exist are profoundly unique. We imagine the wealthy man possessing in excess amenities and powerful entities unimaginable to the poor man, and the poor man having a very limited capacity of knowledge and resources. Such is the pursuit of this grand ideal, in which you are, in your present state, parallel to the dimension of the poor man, and the rich man to that of a truly divine being with omnipotent power. This ideal is more exceptional than any devised by the great Nikola Tesla or envisioned by the futuristic visionary Elon Musk or any innovator or scientist has ever hoped to achieve. To become a divine being without limitations or boundaries, with the power and ability to transcend all the laws of nature and incite phenomena, is a truth that has finally been unveiled. But those who continue in their belief of mortality and fail to embrace their preternatural state of sublimity will fall into that dark sea of obliteration and miss the opportunity this great phenomenon is presenting for us to decipher and personify. Masters of the universe. Belief is to actuality as pursuit is to attainment, and both relate to the process of success, which comes through understanding and placing absolute faith in an objective. The truth of this reality must be perceived, pursued, and attained. It requires us to become masters of the universe and rulers over all of its phenomena. This brings me to the great mysteries of spontaneity, nascence, and perception, through which all things are given their ideal state. There are unique and very distinct schemes assigned to every creation, and the functionality of every universal event, which is much more significant than string theory. Every time you move or conceive a thought, complex mechanisms of the universe are triggered to incite the process of those activities, which are, of course, presently beyond your comprehension. We are to realize that all things work through and are part of this complex matrix of functionality. And though some aspects of this paranormal system are perceivable and comprehensible, others are profoundly unfathomable. The brain, for instance, we know its function, yet we are unable to comprehend how this fragile matter activates the process of thought and sustains consciousness. We understand how electricity can be harnessed and used to power our electrical devices and provide us with the ability to devise technologies that further our understanding of these great phenomena. We wonder and may ask ourselves, is it the ultimate plan of a higher being or beings for us to fully comprehend the phenomena of this mysterious system we call our universe and construct for ourselves our own nature and being? The answer is yes. When we have figured out all the algorithms to this divine system and begin to restructure these systems and apply superior applications to this universal scheme, we will then possess the ability to create life on our own accord. Great suggestions indeed, but are you ready to believe in such grandiose aspirations? Can we actually pursue something that seems so far beyond our cognitive potential and leaves most people's belief systems in a state of repudiation? Shall we go on feeling minute and powerless in this great phenomenon, holding on to the transient and impermanent materiality of this world? Or do we surmount it and sit as divine beings over this super matrix, much as we have harnessed electricity and used it to perform nearly all of our activities more efficiently than our inspired ancestors? The truth is that whatever we apply mental or physical effort to will affect some aspect of our realities. This is why I am sending a clear message and an imperative incentive to every innovator, scientist, and any person who aspires to exceed the greatest imagined frontier. Pursue this sublime ideal with the same faith that led to all of the great discoveries and extraordinary inventions we possess. The Wright brothers hoped to soar high above the ground by conquering the force of gravity. Elon Musk envisioned and devised a complex superstructure that would allow us to travel around the world with great efficiency. Thomas Edison saw a city illuminated with lights at a time when darkness ruled over the night. Many others are still devising and constructing extraordinary and instrumental apparatuses that will benefit the livelihood and advancement of humanity. But what of our purpose in the universe, our ultimate end and ideal objective? Our ultimate end. To this end, we must aspire, believe, and transcend into our state of divinity, the true perfection of our being, and the perpetual vitality of our existence. This theoretical system I am proposing is to be constructed through the knowledge and wisdom of science, technology, and transcendentalism. These fields encompass the intricate components of the universe and all that it entails, from string theory to the spontaneity of nothingness and materialism. This is the gateway to your experiences with life, and you will encounter the realities of all that you choose to believe. The absolute truth is that you invest power into those realities you attach to your belief system and exert upon the universe the ideals and material essence of what you have developed within your subjective mind. Envision prosperity and work towards a perfect life of blessing and abundance, regardless of what the outward world exhibits, and you will ascend into a realm manifested by your positive thinking. Conversely, if you believe and give your mind to lowly standards, faulty ideals, and unhealthy habits of debased realities, you will descend into a realm where anguish and discontent are the products of your thoughts and the makeup of your environment. The mindset I want you to develop and believe in is a new ideal, a greater purpose for your life. All you have to do is simply believe with a mind unshadowed by doubt and meditate upon it until it becomes the nucleus of your belief system. You will then begin to purify and rebuild your subconscious. As you proceed, passing from revelation to revelation and realization to realization, you will discover the powerlessness of the outer world and realize the truth and potency of your divine presence and self-actualized being. Believe as you will, and do as you believe, and so shall your life receive and realize all that you build upon it. You are now a believer in these great ideals, and with all of your mind, spirit, and efforts, you will focus on realizing your highest grade of self-actualization and becoming the full essence of a truly divine being. If you can get your subconscious to fully embrace and undoubtedly accept these grandiose ideals, realization will follow automatically. The only difficulty that may confront you is the practice of inducing your subconscious to ensure acceptance, which you alone can satisfactorily surmount through repetition. Every ideal that enters your mind is charged by a greater or lesser degree of desire. This desirous charge is determined by the extent of enthusiasm accompanying the ideal. Therefore, the more endorsed the acceptance, the better the ideal will resonate within the subconscious and come to be realized. The fruition of all your endeavors and hopes lies here, in your beliefs and full acceptance of the ideals impressed upon your subconscious. Every reality is forged, bent, constructed, and made by the power of thought. Therefore, a master thinker will receive compliance from all that he or she assumes power and dominion over, and every entity and force within the capacity of that individual's presence will bend to his or her exacting will. There is no reality exempt from experiencing the effects of the presence and power of a master thinker, for this spirit is consummately audacious, extremely forceful, and highly determined to suppress and surpass all that would rise to oppose its divine power. In this, we acknowledge that all things created are manifestations of such divine thinkers, and the very presence of life itself is a glorious reality devised by a majestic spirit of this nature. There is nothing internal or external within the universe that was not devised or created by a master thinker. Thus, you are in every way forged to be as you are, but there is true knowledge within your divine presence that will unleash your power and allow you to assume dominion over every existing phenomenon and reality. What this means is that you have an opportunity to do with reality what you desire, dash an opportunity to construct and make life and the universe whatever you aspire them to be. Spiritual, idealistic, and physical presences are all designed to be pliable and subject to the force of divine will, a force that, with absolute acceptance of your divine abilities, you may come to master and wield. Penetrative power. I want you to know that the aim of these teachings is to secure the highest and most excellent development of your cognitive potential into a massive and infinite source of power. The plan is to give you, through your own faith, a sense of penetrative power that is extremely effective and capable of manifesting realities that are truly in accord with the nature of all phenomena. Simply believing in such an audacious objective will allow you to realize that you are a person of great abilities and inspire you to acknowledge that you are one of the universe's greatest devisers and achievers of exceptional feats. There is nothing greater than building your mind with exhilarating objectives of aspiration and exploiting your enthusiasm to pursue the most superlative of all ideals. You are here and now preparing yourself to be much more requisite and self-actualized as you seek to place yourself in any station or status you desire to establish for your life. What's more, while you are accepting these truths, the forces of the universe are coming into alignment to actualize the manifestation of your most desired ideals. These suggestions will not only be permanently instilled in your subconscious, but your mind will also incessantly enhance their presence to be active influences upon your thought process. Your mind will become a universal source of knowledge, and your brain will become an active force of penetrative power. Eventually, you will realize its divine ability to perform miracles and incite phenomena. But first, let's work on getting you to believe wholly in the actualizing potential of your conscious activities. As you focus and work to strengthen your faith in these truths, your belief system will start to develop and intensify within your subconscious until everything you do will seem to be leading you to your ideal station, no matter how challenging, difficult, or strenuous any of the objectives before you may at first appear. You will complete your required objectives with ease, and you will perform every task with such passion that they will all be pleasant and enjoyable to you. Embracing these suggestions will cause your phenomenon to achieve its full potential, and you will begin to ascend into the stations and the dominating status I suggest you acquire. Now, if you accept these truths and desire to advance upon these sublime ideals, touch the center of this page and say, I believe and fully accept the power of my divine abilities. As I have stated previously, you are what you have become through the ideals and beliefs of those minds that thought according to their perception of their present state in the universe before you came into existence. To understand why you are as you are, you must acknowledge this outgrowth and know that through this same method, you are now able to recreate your ideals and be or manifest whatever your mind conceives and accepts indubitably. Thinking in a way that causes you to know you are a powerful being who is constantly transcending into a greater and more liberated state will give you the mental adroitness to transform into a more sublime being. The objective of achieving a state of divinity will inspire you to pursue and live with ideals exceeding the thoughts and minds of those who came before you, allowing you to use what they have devised to be much more instrumental and conducive to your existence. These ideals are providing a greater purpose that will prove to be more relevant to your sublime end. True relevance. To this end, you will become a true master of the universe, possessing an infinite degree of knowledge, power, control, and dominion over the entities and forces of all that exist. However, for now, this may be too much for your subconscious to easily accept. Therefore, let us focus on enhancing your divine abilities and increasing the strength of your belief system. The goal, for now, is to enhance your cognitive apperception and bring your mind to a state where it understands and believes that all functionalities of the universe will assist you in your efforts to become a sublime being. This phenomenon we call life is an event happening not to you, but for you. Until you acknowledge and embrace these truths, it will seem as if you are here with no divine purpose, merely standing powerless in awe, observing these phenomenal events as though they are occurring without any purposeful, spiritual, or intellectual force backing them. All systems within the universe require intelligent artificers to design and create the complex components and specific algorithms that will validate their existence and initiate their functionality. From this book, you are receiving lessons of divine knowledge that deal solely with matters of truth, bringing you closer to realizing the power of your divine presence and supernatural abilities. You will come to know the true relevance and insignificance of all things, discerning what is of supreme importance, as opposed to what is frivolous and should not be given the slightest attention. These are the observations of a master thinker, and thus the manifestation of all exceptional realities has and will always come to be. Until now, you were hindered by erroneous beliefs and inane ideals that caused you to encounter limitations, preventing you from realizing these truths. However, now that you know the phenomenon of your divine presence and are aware that it is your divine right as a creative being to transcend, you may excel and surpass all existing realities, forging the universe to embody the very nature and essence you desire. You have become aware and know now that you must do all that is required to live in light of these truths. Through your belief system, you will act upon the physical realm with this new ideal and definitive end always present in your mind, methodically developing the process through which you will realize this exceptional objective. At this point, you must also establish the belief that all achievements result from activities performed by the impulsion of an optimum mindset. This mindset, which you now possess, will know and strive incessantly to attain what it believes is of the highest importance. Your unique mind. Achievements of any kind show us that the mind is truly a powerful force of life with unrestricted potential. However, it is up to you to forge your unique mind into a superior force, able to exercise mastery over your phenomenon and wield supreme power over every aspect and reality of the universe. To think and muse ideals of such meritorious bearings is essential to the living spirit of the most astute intellectuals, for such individuals desire solely to maximize their existence and give precedence to the greatest consummations in life. There is nothing greater than living and having full and total governance over one's own being and all that is concomitant to one's divine presence. Acknowledging the many faculties and dimensions of your being, I want you to hold a thought in your mind. This thought I'm giving you to muse is the realm of nothingness. In this realm, all things have acquired nascence, and all spirits must come through its essence to devise or attain the intellectual attributes to gain possession of the material and spiritual forces of the universe. These forces are established to dominate and influence particular entities within their intellectual and physical capacity. For instance, gravity is a dynamic force with properties that allow it to pull things that come within range of its active field. Yet we see nothing but understand that this gravitational force is a phenomenon created by a sizable magnetic or highly charged electrical current. The question then becomes how this physical property managed to acquire its divine power and sustain a state of actuality. I want you to feel your presence while applying this question of divine power to your thoughts and consider the force of your intellectual potential in this realm of nothingness. This question is not solely on how you have acquired your presence in the universe, but mainly what you are able to do with your divine presence. So as gravity has acquired its ability to pull and attract, will acquire your divine ability to induce phenomena and create realities of the most exceptional nature. The idea is to possess those powers that will allow you to actualize phenomenons through your divine presence and sustain a superlative essence that will be and remain supernal. This thought of nothingness is the initial stage of all phenomenons, where nascence conceives, compounds, and forms the essence and nature required to fulfill the ideal and purpose of the devising, intelligent being. As you stand in awe, marveling at all that was devised and constructed in this universe of endless phenomenons, I want you to think about the fact that it is unlikely that you constructed any of the realities the world has given you access to at this present time in your life. You should also realize the fact that unless you are one of those exceptional master thinkers who have used the power of their phenomenon to create phenomenons through those presently available to us to do with them as we will, you must continue to endure the tedious process of striving to discover, invent, or create them yourself. With unwavering faith, achievements of any kind show us that the mind is truly a powerful force of life with unrestricted potential. However, it is up to you to forge your unique mind into a superior force, able to exercise mastery over your phenomenon and wield supreme power over every aspect and reality of the universe. Thinking and musing on ideals of such meritorious bearings is essential to the living spirit of the most astute intellectuals, for such individuals desire solely to maximize their existence and give precedence to the greatest consummations in life. There is nothing greater than living and having full and total governance over one's own being and all that is concomitant to one's divine presence. Acknowledging the many faculties and dimensions of your being, I want you to hold a thought in your mind. This thought I'm giving you to muse is the realm of nothingness. In this realm, all things have acquired nascence, and all spirits must come through its essence to devise or attain the intellectual attributes necessary to gain possession of the material and spiritual forces of the universe. These forces are established to dominate and influence particular entities within their intellectual and physical capacity. For instance, gravity is a dynamic force with properties that allow it to pull things within its active field. Yet we see nothing but understand that this gravitational force is a phenomenon created by a sizable magnetic or highly charged electrical current. The question then becomes how this physical property managed to acquire its divine power and sustain a state of actuality. I want you to feel your presence while applying this question of divine power to your thoughts and consider the force of your intellectual potential in this realm of nothingness. This question is not solely about how you have acquired your presence in the universe, but mainly about what you are able to do with your divine presence. Just as gravity has acquired its ability to pull and attract, you will acquire your divine ability to induce phenomena and create realities of the most exceptional nature. The idea is to possess those powers that will allow you to actualize phenomena through your divine presence and sustain a superlative essence that will be and remain supernal. This thought of nothingness is the initial stage of all phenomena where nascence conceives, compounds, and forms the essence and nature required to fulfill the ideal and purpose of the devising, intelligent being. As you stand in awe, marveling at all that was devised and constructed in this universe of endless phenomena, consider that it is unlikely you constructed any of the realities the world has given you access to at this present time in your life. You should also realize that unless you are one of those exceptional master thinkers who have used the power of their phenomenon to create phenomena through those presently available, you must continue to endure the tedious process of striving to discover, invent, or create them yourself. That golden ideal. Now you are probably thinking about life in a new way, a way that is much more liberal and uncircumcised. You have a new perspective on your life, which declares that you are a sovereign being, a being that is more creative and more powerful than all of the entities and forces of the universe. And you are ready to transcend into that higher being and enter those higher stations that are in accord with your exceptional ideals. You are now able to perceive and comprehend your divine presence and create a foundation on which you will establish those realities that are essential to your existence and the entire state of your being. By now, I trust that you are using these techniques and have made a firm affirmation that these ideals are the most significant aspects of your mindset. There is a bright light, clear and present in your mind, that needs something greater and more exceptional to shine upon, and you are the one who must build that golden ideal by impressing and nurturing these sublime suggestions incessantly. While the process of functionalism begins with the conception of a suggestion, it develops into an actual reality through the events and combination of particular actions with the use of certain components. You may recall my mention of functionalism being the force of all activities, and that it is how your brain functions that determines what activities it will construct and engage to pursue its ideal purpose. I say this to remind you that every ideal finds its end by either fulfilling the objective conceived through accurate algorithms of functionalism or not having acquired the appropriate means to develop the correct process of functionality, loses its chance of reaching that reality. With every significant ideal, you must be extremely precise with how you perceive, devise, and create those components of functionality and forge those essential realities that will bring your ideal objective to fruition. Devising your matrix. Achieving your state of divinity is no simple or inane objective, and only those who truly believe and fully comprehend the significance of this great transition will act with the greatest enthusiasm and extreme diligence to reach this sublime state expeditiously. This is the matrix of which I speak and hope will manifest our transcendence into those greater beings with unlimited potential to create on a level that allows us to effectuate the performance and actual inducement of true phenomenons. To evolve, we must let go of those outdated systems and unsubstantial ideals and innovate new beliefs that will create for us a more refined era. An era in which the purpose and significance of life are truly revealed and the most exceptional realities are made available for all to experience and utilize. To believe, devise, and create a greater purpose and quality of life that is well established and possesses the capacity to go beyond necessity and advance proficiently through the many phases of transcendence is to become ever more meaningful and conquer the forces and mysteries of the universe. Living amid the impermanence of everything and being themselves impermanent, due to beliefs in erroneous ideals passed down from generations of impractical perceptions of life and our presence in the universe, human beings have nevertheless searched for the path of deliverance, their state of divinity, which shines beyond the transitory of their infantile mindsets and inferior objectives. But to overcome this impermanence and enter into a state of self-actualization, one must think first of him or herself as a higher being with an innate and active impulse to progress into a more preeminent state of being. Nothing can be that did not will itself into existence, and nothing can cease to be that did not wish to suppress its being, and all things serve their purpose. Upon perceiving our existence, we are innately and idealistically inclined to perfect our being and transcend our form and nature into one of the highest superiority, capable of transmuting into higher grades of beings. These beings employ celestial agents and universal events to create new and better objectives for our existence. Being aware of these truths, you must use these ideals to become more productive as you continue to acquire the qualities, characteristics, and abilities you need to develop into the fullness of the sublime being you are meant to be. You now understand that these ideals are powerful forces instilled in your subconscious, and that they will influence the function of all things to empower and fully vitalize your phenomenon. You should also know that you are subject to experiencing the effects of your beliefs in the expressions, insinuations, and audiovisual presentations you encounter, acknowledge, and give your attention to. The central base. Moving forward, you know that you have the ability to determine how these implications will work to your advantage and allow you to achieve your goals and supreme objectives more efficiently. Knowing this, you may now assume yourself to be the central base of the universe, an intellectual organism with infinite knowledge, influence, and control over all that dwells within and around the sphere of your phenomenon. As you come to acknowledge and understand all the entities and forces of your universe, you will feel your dominant force and power of influence, causing the elements and spirits of life to be subservient to your will, working relentlessly to build and establish the realities you aspire to create and adhere to your ideas of what life means for you. This state of dominion obviously requires you to be audacious, assertive, demanding, overly observant, and completely fervent in your determination to achieve this grand objective. You should not think that without true diligence and earnest efforts, you will gain and sustain such a great position of superiority, or that the universe will simply submit to your will without you mastering its algorithmic codes of creation. Though the universe is eminently inclined to assist you in your efforts to achieve these objectives, you must acknowledge that you are the brain, and the universe is merely a network of systems meant to support the realities of your life. Therefore, it is you who must think and use these suggestions and ideals to create the matrix that will allow you to reach your state of divinity, where all the entities and systems of life are exactly how you need and want them to be. Remember, your unique phenomenon will always be as you will it to be and do as you will it to do. Believe these truths, and indeed you will transcend beyond the concepts and realities that confine and limit you to those you have been persuaded to accept and thoroughly inculcated into your subconscious. Suggestions are, and will always be, the controlling forces that shape and guide the human mind to experience whatever realities are invoked within our presence. Thus, we become what we are led to believe. Thoughts to infuse your subconscious mind. Here are some sublime ideals you may use to inculcate your mindset and transcend into the great being I have been instructing you to believe in. You must remember that your mind forms and manifests what it receives and believes. Therefore, by focusing your thoughts and empowering your acceptance of these sublime ideals incessantly, you may come to realize the greatness of your divine phenomenon. The deeper you meditate on these ideals, the quicker they will develop in your subconscious and start to manifest into actual realities. Trust your beliefs, and your faith in them will grow. Thus, you shall produce the objects of your mind and use them to forge the realities of your life. Do your best to memorize and realize these ideals through a constant practice of daily meditation. You must accept, recall, and realize your true power, and always remember, believe as you will and do as you believe. In conclusion, what you believe and accept will form the objects and circumstances surrounding your many realities. Inculcate these ideals emphatically,